Shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live will share the latest interviews and videos from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and campuses all over the college landscape. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Live Daily Show. Jim, Lance, and Ryan will share their thoughts, and remember, you can always see the old shows on the Next Round Live YouTube channel. Subscribe, like, and don't forget to comment. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. It's Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Make sure to start your day at nextroundlive.com. Get caught up on the latest podcasts and videos from the live daily show, plus specialty shows such as the Mystery Fifth Hour. You can also learn more about the whole staff at Double Down Media, find all of our social media feeds, see the latest videos from our YouTube channel and gaming channel, plus find other ways to consume the show like the Next Round mobile app, which you can download direct from the site via your iOS and Android device. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage and stay up to date with everything from us here at the Next Round.
Somebody said, I've got to go back and find it. Brown's not going to want to hear this, but I could see somebody getting Missouri right. You know, Missouri, though, it was Daniel that said that. Brown like this. I feel like Missouri could be a lot tougher with the right guy, maybe not SEC tough. Again, they wouldn't necessarily fit that mold.
No, I mean...
Well, Gary Pinkel had success there, but I don't disagree if they ever got the right guy.
I mean, in 2006...
Yeah.
They were number one in the nation, and if they would have beaten Oklahoma...
Which they didn't come close to doing.
No, I had Oklahoma minus 10 that night.
Easy win.
That was a winner.
Yep.
But if they would have beaten Oklahoma, they played for the national championship. Yep. And again, in 2013, if they beat Auburn, and that was a legit Missouri team, if they beat Auburn, which that was a fun game for about three quarters.
It was.
Then Auburn flexed.
Scorched them. Yep.
And then took it away in the fourth quarter. But if they win that game, they play for the national championship. So Missouri has actually had some success in the past.
I kind of agree with Patrick. If Missouri went back to the Big 12, I think they could potentially be in the running with Kansas State to run that league. They're not going to do it in the SEC, but I think they could in the Big 12.
Oh, yeah. If I was Missouri, of course, they wouldn't.
Well, they don't want to give up the money.
Yeah, that board and the trustees and everybody, they'd be like, you know what?
We're going to take
winning
the money.
Is great,
right.
But we'd rather have the cash.
Yeah, we're tell them about Bromberg's real quick, and we'll put the wraps on the show.
Yeah, hey, Bromberg's. What is today? The 11th?
It is the 11th.
Starting on Thursday through the 15th, you can save 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, and giftware. It's their market day sales at the Mountain Brook location only. They're going to be opening early this Saturday morning at 8:30. You can shop early for the best selection. For more information, stop into the Mountain Brook location or go online today. Go to brombergs.com.
Again, I want to remind everyone we are 2 to 5 next week for SEC Media Days, 2 to 5. Give us a thumbs up on YouTube. Make sure if you are listening to us on any of the on-demand audio sites like Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, rate us. Give us a good rating, please. Leave a comment. Make sure you're subscribed everywhere. We greatly appreciate you doing that. Another show in the books. We'll be back with you 9 o'clock live. If you're listening on the app, you're about to get the replay. This is the Next Round. See you Wednesday.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, welcome in. Another day of the next round, along with Lance Taylor. I am Ryan Brown. Jim Dunaway wrapping up his golf vacation today. 36 holes the last 2 days for Dunaway. I think they're playing 36 yesterday, playing today. I don't know. I've lost Jim's social calendar.
Again, man, I think I'm in the, well, not in the minority, but if you play golf, that seems like a lot of fun. That just seems like a ton of golf. I like playing three holes.
It is a lot of golf. You like playing 3 holes.
Yep. I get bored after 3 holes.
Yeah.
Like if one day I hit the Powerball and I had a sprawling property, I wouldn't mind having like a
3-hole course.
Yeah, 3-par.
Yeah, not Tyler, the intern. Tiger Woods has that in his backyard.
Yeah.
And I don't know how long the holes are. It's a pretty large piece of property there in Jupiter, Florida.
I mean, Rodrigo only charges me $70 every 2 weeks to come do my landscaping.
It's going to go up a little bit.
I would think.
When you have to manage a couple of greens.
If you own 3, though, do you do different pin placements or you just leave it?
No, I move it around a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah, I move the holes. I don't know that I would want it on my property. I kind of like to have it. I don't mind going to the golf course, and I want 18 holes.
Okay, but if you had
if I had it on my property,
if you had like 10 acres and you still had room for your pool out back and a tennis court over here and a guest house.
Yes, why not? Why not? So we got a lot to get to today. We are going to unveil our 40 and 40 team very early in the show today. Very early in the show because Pete Sampson, who covers Notre Dame for The Athletic, could be just a total coincidence that Pete Sampson, who covers Notre Dame for The Athletic, is on at 9:25, and we're going to unveil our team at 9:25. It could be a total coincidence. Trey Wallace, who covers college football, senior college football writer for Outkick, who broke the story yesterday. And I find this an interesting strategy. Georgia has decided not to just sit still and let the Atlanta Journal-Constitution drop stories on them. They are fighting back and demanding some retractions. You don't often see this, but the Georgia Athletic Department is demanding retractions from the AJC.
Well, and if they're demanding retractions, you got to believe some of the things that the AJC published were not legitimate.
Well, Georgia believes that.
Well, Georgia believes that.
Yeah.
Well, the problem you get into, and I guess you probably were leading this direction, the worst thing you want to do is get on the wrong side of a media outlet like that. And look, and I know the AJC probably doesn't have the power it had 10, 15, 20 years ago. But if you get some internal writers that want to find some stuff on Georgia and then really publish some stuff.
Yeah, I mean, this is the old so-and-so is not going to sue so-and-so because they don't want discovery, right?
Right.
Like when you sue somebody, you've got discovery in the trial, and who knows what can come out in a trial that embarrasses you. Just look at the PGA Tour. They're getting a little bit embarrassed right now because they had to go before Congress to answer about basically monopoly laws and their deal with Liv, and a lot of stuff has come out in the course of those trials that has been a little bit embarrassing to both sides. That can happen too. The same type of thing is on the table like you're talking about, Lance. You start battling a news outlet like that, and you never know when they're like, okay, we'll fight back, and they dig a little bit deeper. You never know what they're going to find. My point in bringing that up is I'm going to guess Georgia feels like everything that could come out has come out if we're going to do this, right?
Yeah.
Or there's one more thing, and they're like, we're going to have to try to stem the tide really quickly here.
But, I mean, obviously they have a problem. I mean, the latest, the freshman outside linebacker that was ticketed for going 88 and a 55 just last week, that was the 11th traffic-related moving violation involving a Georgia player since January 15th.
That seems like a lot, yes. I don't disagree with that.
So, you're talking about almost 2 a month. I don't know the last time you got a ticket. I don't want to jinx this. I haven't had a ticket in about 15 years.
I have. I'm 47 now.
I'll take that back. I had a ticket about 9 or 10 years ago. I switched lanes. Guy was just being a dick. I switched lanes heading over to Atlanta on 20. And I didn't put my blinker on, but there was nobody around.
Oh, wow. He got you for that?
Yeah, it was like I went from right lane to left lane without putting the blinker on.
Man, that does seem a little bit strict right there.
Yeah.
How much was that?
I don't even remember because it was in 2012.
Yeah. I got the only speeding ticket I have ever gotten was in college. I've not had one since college. I've been pulled over a couple times, and the officers have been very, very nice about letting me off.
I'm about 50-50 when I get pulled over.
And I just never know how it's going to go. But, like, I got pulled over once, and the guy's like, listen, man, I've got you. You were doing 20 over the limit. But, you know, I ran. You got a completely clean record because whatever ticket I had has since cycled off. Do they cycle off every 5 years or 7 years?
I don't know what it is, but yeah, they do.
But it cycled off, and he's like, you got a completely clean record. I'm not going to do that to you. You've shown you're a good driver, which I think you two would laugh at.
Yeah.
Now wait a minute.
No, I'm shocked you hadn't gotten a speeding ticket.
I mean, again, y'all, as much as y'all bust on me, you would think I've got like
you're
a
Lightning
stack of
McQueen. It is. You were a fast driver.
You got a heavy foot.
But there again, how many speed? I mean, I just told you. Now, when I come in here tomorrow and say, guys, I got pulled over yesterday.
Again, I didn't want to bring that up to jinx it.
No, I tell you, I don't believe in jinxes.
Yeah,
I'm good.
I do believe in jinxes, but I've got 3 speeding tickets, but I haven't had a speeding ticket in probably 15 years.
Yeah, it's been a while for me. So I try to keep a good, clean driving record. I don't even know how that goes on your insurance anymore.
I don't either, and I don't know about the points and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I try to keep a good. My wife has gotten out of. I don't know that she's ever had a speeding ticket. She got out of one by crying, which I didn't know if that was urban legend or not.
Yeah, see, I've heard and I don't know excuses that have worked. I try to just be really, really nice and honest. Yeah. But, you know, the diarrhea thing.
Oh, wow. I've never heard that one.
Yeah.
So you just tell them, look, man, I have got the runs.
Yeah, I've got the runs, and I'm just trying to beat it. I'm trying to get somewhere. But you can run everything if you want, and I might run right here on my seat, just letting you know.
So do you think that works?
I don't know. I've heard it has worked before, but I think they probably have had that a lot. So just like they've had a lot of females crying.
Yeah, my wife cried and got out of one. Now, it was legit tears because this is when Jennifer was in college, and my brother-in-law, her brother, had what we like to call, Rockstar, a lead foot, and had what we also like to call a Ford Mustang.
Yeah.
Ooh. So those two combined were bad news for his driving record. And he had gotten a few tickets to the point that I think my father-in-law had to step in and say, hey, listen, family, one more speeding ticket, our insurance is dropping us. They have let us know. So then my wife gets pulled over and just breaks down. She's like, and she told the officer, like, my brother's got a bunch of tickets, and my dad told me if we got one more ticket, they're dropping our insurance. He's like, ma'am, settle down. I'm not going to give you a ticket. I'll give you a warning. I was like, man, if you played that up, that's pretty good.
I have heard of girls actually, you know, dropping the tears on the officer, and it doesn't work.
I never did. Like, do you believe, and I've always wanted to ask somebody in law enforcement. Now, I don't know if anybody in the chat room's in law enforcement.
Now, Ray Liotta took it a different direction in unlawful entry, didn't he?
He did. He got a little obsessed with old Madeline Stowe.
No, but when he pulled the girl over in the Jeep.
Oh, yeah. It's been a long time since, what is that, 93?
Hey, threw her out of the patrol. The next thing you see, Brown, is he pulls over a cute girl.
Yeah.
And then the next scene you see is his patrol car parked like somewhere just a seedy part of town, like under an underpass.
Right.
And he throws her out of the car, and she's like, I don't know where I am. And he said, that's your effing problem.
Wow.
By the way, he was a bad cop.
How you think?
No.
Let me ask you this. And I've always wanted to ask somebody in the chat room or some office. I don't know if we got any law enforcement in the chat room they'd be willing to share. Is it just urban legend? Like, if you're on the interstate and the speed limit is 70, maybe I just do this, or I was told this once. The highest I'll go on my cruise is like 79. Does that make sense? Like,
yeah, I've always heard it was. I guess 15 over is.
I think
reckless
25.
driving.
I thought 25 over was reckless driving.
Okay, well then I think it's 15 over is what they look for.
Yeah, I always wonder if, like, I don't know. I thought one time there was this urban myth that they've got it set on 80 or something. I don't know. Maybe I've just gotten in the habit of doing this, but I'll set my cruise on 79. Try not to go 80. Like, I'm thinking if the officer says, he's only 9 miles over the speed limit, I'm not going to bother with it. Like, I'm not going to get a ticket.
Do you think the older
it's 10 now.
If you guys were cops, the older you get, the less you pull people over?
I saw that paperwork.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Stuff,
like
just,
early, you're
unless it's
eager.
like a show-off guy that's just abundantly speeding and just going through the lanes left and right.
And it's just like so many bad things can happen when you pull somebody over now.
No, you're absolutely right. So, to say.
And you got the fun auditors that are like, am I being detained? Am I being detained? Article 64384 says you have to detain me. Am I being detained?
Well,
and then somebody's filming you.
Yeah, it's just that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I made the mistake of watching one of those videos on TikTok or Rockstar, so then it got in my algorithm I think I finally have gotten it out now. But, man, those people are everywhere. I just don't see, like, I get what they're doing, and I do think, constitutionally that needs to be respected. But how you've got that much time to do that and that much effort?
What they want is when the cop has to not admit that he's wrong, but stop pursuing you, walks away. So then they go, walk of shame, walk of shame.
That's right.
So bad.
Just so you know, I'm still filing a complaint.
Yeah, good way you get tased there. So speaking of TikTok, I thought about you yesterday because
you were watching TikTok?
No, I was not. But somebody sent me an article on a new TikTok trend where kids are dying. Have you seen this one?
In Alabama, yeah.
Is it the one jumping off the boat?
Jumping off the boat.
Yeah.
Breaking your neck.
I really don't know why you would do this.
No, the weird thing is we were talking about this when I was at the lake a couple of weeks ago, 4th of July weekend, because I remember in high school where we would jump off of moving boats. Now, we wouldn't do the flip, but my point was I can't even imagine hitting the water at my age now like that, like what it would do to me.
So if you've not seen it, these boats are going at a high rate of speed so that they've got a good wake, and it makes – I mean, it does make a good-looking video, especially if, like, there's a spray, and these people are jumping off the boat into the wake and into the spray, and they're snapping – sometimes they're doing flips, and it's snapping their neck on impact.
Yeah, there's multiple problems. Don't jump off a moving boat.
Well, that is normally good advice, yes.
But, yeah, doing the flip, and you hit that wrong, and I don't know how bad you guys have wiped out on the lake before, man, but even back as a flexible teenager, that still could be a lot of pain, and you can only imagine, man, doing a flip and hitting the wrong way. I mean, obviously it's killing kids now. So these TikTok trends.
Yeah, please do not do that. I've taken some bad spills on the Coosa River. We used to water ski every weekend.
Was the Coosa River one of those when you got out? Tom Bigby was. I only went a couple of times. But when you got out, like the netting in your bathing suit was completely brown.
Coosa River was brown most of the time. That's all we had, though, Lance. All we had was the Coosa River. But, yeah, I used to water ski all the time on the Coosa River, and you could get some bad falls, like when you're trying to slalom, when you're first learning to slalom, or barefoot or whatever. You can go down hard on those.
I know a couple of people that tore some ACLs.
Oh, yeah. I mean, especially the older you get and the more you try to show out, your body if you're young, you can get away with most of it. But the older you get, the more you try to show out, the worse it's going to be.
The older you get, you just have injuries that you don't know. I told you this morning, I don't know what I did, Rocky. I woke up this morning, got out of bed. My left foot is killing. It feels like a stress fracture, but I don't know what I could have done to fracture it.
You slept on it wrong or something like that. You sleep with your legs crossed?
So you think that overnight last night you got up and don't remember getting up?
Well, I do remember getting up and getting, what did I get last night?
A bag of Cheetos.
It was a bag of Cheetos, and I'm not a big Cheetos guy, but it was the only thing, like the small pack left in the pantry. I got those, and I got a slice of the Tillamook sharp cheddar cheese.
Yeah.
And then I had a grape Powerade.
Yeah, there you go. That is a combo right there.
But I didn't trip like in the middle of the night. Yeah. I got back in bed, and I got up this morning, and it really, I feel like Yao Ming. I feel like I can't pivot. Foot's killing me, some kind of stress compound. But I don't know what I could have done in the middle of the night because yesterday my only workout was swimming, which obviously
you didn't break your foot
zero
swimming.
Impact.
Yeah.
So I don't know what it is. Anyway, my point is the older you get, you just, I don't know, walk into the fridge.
You start to fall apart. Hey, so all of that from the fact that the Georgia Bulldogs have decided to fight back against the AJC, and we'll talk to Trey about that philosophy there. Coming up in just a little bit. As we get the show started, I want to remind you about my friends at Tough Dog Coatings. I was on the phone with Jared yesterday. Jared, one of the owners there, Birmingham guy. I tell you all the time, these people are Birmingham people. This is not like some fly-by-night national organization, and they come in and try to steal your money. These are Birmingham people who live in the community. In fact, they were businessmen in other areas and decided to start Tough Dog Coatings. It's the garage floor, the basement floor, the pool surround coatings that you've probably seen in commercial areas and did not know you could get in residential areas. Absolutely you can. Here's what they do. They come out and they test the cracks in the floor to make sure they're just superficial and not foundational issues. They check the moisture, and if it passes both those tests, and the reason they do those tests is just to make sure their product isn't going to fail. They don't want their product to fail, so much so they back it with a 15-year warranty. So once they do all that, they come out and you've picked the coating color, you picked the flake color, and they come out and apply that. And the result is your garage looks the best it has ever looked, or your basement or your pool surround. It feels better under your feet. It's easier to clean. It exceeds OSHA ratings for anti-slip. That's important on the pool surrounds and in the garages, like when you're pulling a car in after it rains. And it smells better. I know that sounds crazy. My garage smells better. I even thought about it this morning. Walked out the door to get my car to come to work, and I just took a deep breath. My garage smells better. I'm going to give you this phone number. Good for anywhere you're calling. Call Jared and the gang at Tough Dog. Say Brownie says my garage can smell better. I want my garage to smell better. 205-947-3639. That's 205-947-3639. Or online, toughdogggaragefloors.com. You spell tough, T-U-F-F, toughdogggaragefloors.com. Did you watch the All-Star game last night?
I had it on.
Yep.
So I was watching when, it looked like the American League. It was going to go American League and under. I almost played the National League and over, just basically do factor. Again, the game was right around a picket.
Right.
I did play the over. Unfortunately, got bit on that. I told you there's a lot of these low-scoring All-Star games. But I saw Diaz. I saw the home run, the go-ahead there in the 8th.
Yep.
And I saw the All-Braves infield. I think it was in the 5th. I saw Austin Riley make multiple great defensive plays.
Yeah, he had 6 Rangers on the field at one point.
So
some history in that game.
It was okay. I think Craig Kimbrell needs to go to the barbershop up in Queens.
Listen to old man Lance. Go get a good, honest haircut.
No, I mean, he's had that
Cooper
little.
Cup needs to shave, too.
He said that. No, he does. He does.
Wow.
No, he needs our friends at Manscaped.
Okay.
He just needs to
he
trim it
does.
up a little
He needs
bit.
the beard hedger, Reichstar. Keep it trimmed up.
No, but Kimbrell's had that for a while, but it's like it literally is a mini squirrel's tail on the back of his head. I'm looking at him right now. Look at it.
Yeah, no, you're right. It is a weird look. I've listened, but if you can pull it off, I guess. I thought the coolest thing, I was watching early.
And I agree with Rusty real quick. Got to go back to the original jerseys.
Yeah, I hated the generic uniforms.
Yeah, like last week, Dunaway, we pulled him up. Dunaway was like, I really like these jerseys.
I do
and
not.
They're
Maybe wear them in BP so you can sell them or whatever, but in the game.
It looks like we were watching the WBC, or what was it? It wasn't that. It was, what was the baseball league, the Korean Baseball League?
Oh, yeah.
Just bad uniforms.
Yeah, during the COVID?
Yeah.
The coolest thing to me was I was watching early, I think it was in the second inning, when Eovaldi is mic'd up. He's got the earpiece in, and he's talking to Joe Davis and John Smoltz as he's pitching. I thought that was so cool. Smoltz is like, "You going cutter here?" He goes, "Yeah, he was slowing the breaker, so I'm going to throw him a cutter and see what he does."
I'm going to bet we don't see that in the regular season.
Oh, no, I don't think you'll see it in the regular season.
No, but that is neat.
But it was really cool. And then Corbin Carroll comes up to bat, and they've got him with the earpiece and mic'd up, and he and Eovaldi are talking to one another. I thought that was so cool. Eovaldi's like, "Hey, man, congrats." He's like, "Yeah, man, I appreciate it. Take it easy on me." "Oh, no, man, just don't hit me out of the park."
Yeah, did Corbin say, "Hey, why don't you just throw me a
serve one up for me, why don't you?"
Yeah,
he grounded out to first.
Right down the pipe.
He had a hard one, but he grounded right out to first. But that was so cool to me, hearing Eovaldi talk his way through pitching, and then he and Corbin Carroll talking to one another as Carroll came up to the plate. That was just, it was really, really cool seeing that last night. That's what you get out of the All-Star game. I don't expect a competitive game. It's probably more competitive, though, than you get in the Pro Bowl or the NBA All-Star game, right?
Oh, yeah.
It's far more competitive than either one of those.
They play a normal game of baseball.
Right.
The All-Star game, I'm going to throw off the backboard from half court, see if you can dunk it.
Yeah, Pro Bowl, Peyton Manning's going to snap it to Jeff Saturday and let him throw a pass. I mean, you never know what you'll see in that. So anyway, entertaining second half of the season ahead of us. Braves are the best team in Major League Baseball. Buster with us on Thursday to talk about the second half. Yep, tomorrow Buster with us, talk about the second half of the season. The Braves, I haven't looked at Vegas updated numbers. They've got to be a fairly good favorite right now to win this whole thing.
Yeah, I don't think they're probably...
in terms of what you would normally see at this time of year.
Yeah, I'm guessing the Braves are probably plus 180, plus 220.
And you still think in the second half the Dodgers are their biggest threat? Not even the
if the Dodgers can get healthy.
Yeah.
If Buehler really comes back in late August, September, Kershaw comes back and pitches like he did in the first half, Urias, starts running on the treadmill and gets his stuff back together, possibly.
Yeah. And Texas out of the AL? Houston out of the AL?
I still would lean Houston out of the AL.
It's going to be a fun second half. We'll talk with Buster about that tomorrow. Forrester says my bookie right now, Braves plus 320.
Yeah. Again, man,
that's pretty good for this time of year.
Yeah, baseball is just such a flip of the coin. I mean, as good as the Braves are, and, if you had to pick one team to win it, most people would say the Braves, but I would definitely take the field.
Hey, Wayne's right now wants you to remember they are celebrating their 50 years in business. 50th anniversary for Wayne's. And that's going to help you save $50 off many of the services they have. Just use code TNR. And here's the thing. It's not like you sign up for pest control to get $50 off that and not everything else. You can stack these on the pest control, the termite, the yard service. I use it all. They do mosquito service at my house as well. My bed treatments. Wayne's my house all the time. They're, in fact, going to be there today treating my yard. They gave me the text last night. Let me know. They are there today treating my yard. You can jump on board right now. 866-WAYNES-1. 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR when you sign up at Wayne's to get that $50 off at 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com. When you're in business for 50 years, you know you're doing something right. They do a lot right at Wayne's. They got my yard looking the best it can, my house pest free. I don't have to worry about the termites, the mosquitoes when I'm out grilling in the backyard or just sitting out back enjoying these beautiful summer nights. I don't get eaten up. Thank you to Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1 or call Waynes.com. Do not forget code TNR. Code TNR to save at Wayne's when you call Wayne's. Call Waynes.com or 866-WAYNES-1. We talk a little Notre Dame, a little Tommy Rees, a little Tyler Buckner next on the next round.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
There are so many things I love about walk-ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got two great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-ons is also a great place for happy hour. 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with walk-ons.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
right, we're about to do our 40 and 40 here, which is brought to you by Urology Centers of Alabama. Always an important message from them.
Absolutely. That new men's health center is as incredible. You can go check out that. It's got a helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment, compassionate, comprehensive urological care, 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Visit urologycentersalabama.com. Schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today.
Let's go ahead and unveil the team here, Scott. We've obviously kind of tipped it, but we're at team number 15, the Notre Dame Fighting Irish, team number 15, year 2 under Marcus Freeman. I think Brian Kelly at least had this program to the point where 15 would be a little bit disappointing.
Yeah, well, I mean, 9 of the last 10 years have been double-digit win seasons. He's played for a national championship in the BCS area. He's been to 2 college football playoffs. They've been obviously unable to get over that hump. But, in year 1, when you were playing multiple quarterbacks, 9-4 is not terrible, and we'll see what he's able to do in year 2. And, the storyline here is I can't remember the last time Notre Dame had quarterback play like this. I saw somewhere yesterday they said there hasn't been a quarterback like this since Brady Quinn. Now, people can laugh because Brady Quinn obviously did not have a good NFL career. Brady Quinn was a hell of a quarterback at Notre Dame.
Oh, absolutely.
Sam Hartman comes in. He's got 5 years of experience. He's got almost 13,000 passing yards, 110 passing touchdowns. You've got maybe the best left tackle in all of college football in Joe Alt. This is a team that can run the football effectively. You look at last year, they were 7-0 when they went for 150-plus on the ground. In the last 6 years, what do you think the record is when they go for 150-plus? 46 games.
46 games they've gone for 150-plus on the ground. Under Brian Kelly, or the vast majority of those games. 46 of them? I'd say 40-6.
45-1.
Are you kidding me?
So that's their.
Now I got to know the one.
Yeah, I do know the one. It was. Oh, my gosh. I'll think of it here in a second. But, that's kind of the mark now for this team. They've got a really good offensive line. They've got quality backs. They don't have that proven receiver. The defense has got to get better. One of the worst red zone defenses in college football. Opponents had 34 trips inside of the red zone. They scored 32 of those. Notre Dame ranked 130th. You wonder how much they'll miss Tommy Rees. But having a quarterback like Sam Hartman, this is huge. And, big, we talk about second-year coaches. Marcus Freeman looks the part of a really controlled coach that knows what he's doing. Obviously, the guy can recruit. We'll see if year 2 is a bump. Your problem is you get Ohio State and USC at home, and you got to go to Clemson. Those are 3 games you're going to be underdogs in.
Yeah, I would agree with you completely, but just to go back to what you just said a moment ago, I do want to drive this home. You feel like best quarterback since Brady Quinn.
Yeah,
best Notre Dame quarterback.
Yeah, it could end up being maybe better than Brady Quinn. I know Brady Quinn was a first-round guy.
Right, but on the surface, you would say Sam Hartman, best quarterback since Brady Quinn.
We can ask Pete here what he believes, but, I don't think it – I don't know if there's much question about it.
Yeah, Pete Sampson covers Notre Dame for The Athletic. He joins us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Team number 15 today, as you voted, 67 voters in our 40 and 40 presented by UCA. And Pete is with us now. You can follow him on Twitter at @PeteSampson_. Read his work in The Athletic. Welcome in, Pete. I hope you're doing well today.
I'm doing great. Thanks for having me on, guys.
Yeah, we appreciate you coming on. We'll start with the question we were just talking about. You've seen a lot of Notre Dame football. It does seem on the surface that Sam Hartman's the best quarterback they've had at least since Brady Quinn.
I think that that undersells the way Jimmy Clausen's career ended. I know the team was bad, but his junior season, just on an individual level, was phenomenal. He just was stuck with a really bad defense. But if Sam Hartman falls somewhere between Clausen and Quinn, if that's the conversation we're having in November, then Notre Dame just had a really, really good season.
Yeah, let me say this, Pete. No disrespect. Ian Book was really good a couple of years ago.
Yeah. So, he won 30 games.
Yeah.
All-time leader. I think that the difference between, or the hope at least, is Notre Dame rarely won games because of Ian Book. And that's not to say they won it in spite of him either. He was a really good college quarterback. He's a 4th-round pick. But I don't think he was the guy that you just sort of hitched your wagon to and he would just go out and make a play. It's 3rd and 10, 4th quarter. You need some magic. I'm not sure that was really Ian Book's game unless he scrambled for 12 yards. I think that the approach or the hope with Hartman is like he can be the guy that makes the difference. He like the quarterback can be your bailout player. And Notre Dame just has not had that in a long time.
How does it feel with Marcus Freeman? I know he's going into year 2. I was just saying he really looks the part. He looked the part in that bowl game when he took over once Brian Kelly took the LSU job. Look, he's not obviously Brian Kelly. Brian Kelly, to me, is an elite coach right now. But Marcus Freeman could end up being the next Nick Saban. Who knows? But as far as Notre Dame fans, control of the program, how do people feel right now about Marcus Freeman going into year 2?
Optimistic. I think that there's an acknowledgement that he's still learning on the job, which is, kind of what happens when you're 37 years old and you're trying to lead the Notre Dame football program as your first head coaching job. But I think he sort of got through, and the patience that Notre Dame fan base had for him last year, it should be noted. Like, they lose to Marshall and people are like, okay, he'll turn it around. Like most other places, that's like you're dead man walking immediately. So I do think this year winning 10 games to sort of keep the vibes going is essential. I think anything less than that, people may question, all right, is this guy what the fan base hopes him to be? Is this guy what people expected him to be in recruiting? So this is a very critical season for him.
Well, and we mentioned schedule with Notre Dame, and it does start with that Ohio State game there at Notre Dame Stadium. Although NC State, we've discussed that in Raleigh, not a game Notre Dame can sleep on by any stretch of the imagination, but a lot of the world already has that Ohio State game circled. You add Clemson into the mix. Southern Cal, who's going to be really, really good. It is the normal challenging Notre Dame schedule.
Yeah, it's very good at the top, which last year's schedule was as well. But I do think the middle of this schedule is much harder than it was last year. NC State, Duke, you don't think is like much of a challenge, but they went 9-4 last year, and Mike Elko is a really good coach. So I think the ACC teams that they drew in the middle are all up, and that has the chance to sort of trip Notre Dame up in a way that it can't afford to be tripped up. I think they won 24 straight regular season games against ACC opponents. They need that streak to be intact when they visit Clemson in November. I think, you win the games that you should. You split Ohio State and USC. You got one loss going to Clemson. That's how I think Notre Dame is set up to, like, then you had a chance to maybe play your way into the playoff at the end.
We were talking about those quarterbacks between Brady Quinn and now Sam Hartman. Tommy Rees was one of those guys, and now he's on Alabama's staff as the offensive coordinator. How big of a surprise was that to the Notre Dame community that he left Notre Dame and went to Alabama?
I think it was a surprise based on the timing of it, because at that point, Sam Hartman was on board, and as weird as this sounds, like Notre Dame's at the starter position, like Notre Dame is better than Alabama at quarterback right now. That hasn't been the case in a while. And so, like, to leave to go and sort of rebuild a room that has a ton of questions, that was a little bit of a surprise. But talking to people that know Reese, and this was true before he left, like the idea of either working for Nick Saban or working for Kirby Smart, which is an extension of Nick Saban, that was a high priority for him. If you want to go to finishing school as a young coach, Nick Saban is the best in the business at that. So I think the opportunity, you knew who was always interested in it. It's just one of those things where, like, the timing, you felt like, all right, Notre Dame actually could be loaded on offense this year in a way that they haven't previous 4 years up here. That was probably maybe the biggest surprise of it.
Hey, I said this before, too, and I totally agree, and I think most people would agree that Notre Dame does have the best quarterback, at least coming into this year right now, with Sam Hartman. The interesting thing is Tyler Buchner goes to Alabama now to be with Tommy Rees. Yet to know if he's going to be the starter, and we can get into that in a second, too. But I wanted to ask you about Sam Hartman coming to Notre Dame. He could have gone to a lot of places. How good is the NIL right now, that collective for Notre Dame?
I think that they are spending, this is what I believe to be true. I'm not saying that I have this stone cold, but like that Notre Dame is more willing to sort of spend from the NIL point of view on transfers than they are on like recruits coming out of high school. a beneficiary of that. But I think if you ask Notre Dame fans, how good is Notre Dame's NIL, they would all start bemoaning it and saying that they're not investing enough. And like from a recruiting standpoint, I understand what they're saying. But from a transfer point of view with the high end, especially with a quarterback, I think that Notre Dame sort of found a way to make NIL work here with Sam Hartman.
Pete Sampson covers Notre Dame for The Athletic. You can follow Pete on Twitter at @PeteSampson_ and read his work at The Athletic. If Tyler Buchner is the starter in Tuscaloosa this year, Alabama is getting what?
A really raw athletic quarterback. The idea of Alabama starting a quarterback with a negative TD to INT ratio, just sort of, I have a hard time getting my head around that, but transfers, you don't transfer somewhere to not play, especially when the OC and the quarterback's coach is sort of in your corner from the get-go. We just never saw the best of Tyler Buchner at Notre Dame. And I think after 3 years or 2 years, it's sort of like, all right, what is the best? Is it the top 100 prospect that you sort of thought you were getting out of high school in San Diego? Or is it the guy whose throwing motion looked sort of like clunky and broken at times at Notre Dame? Like that's a hard thing to come back from. I know, talking to sort of people close to that situation, they feel like he's had a good summer, that he's slinging it around. And I think, if it's up to Reese, that would be my favorite to start for Alabama. But a lot of injuries, very mobile. I think probably just needs to be in a place where he can just sort of wing it around and get the ball to playmakers and have the OC believe in him. And that, but most important, he needs to stay healthy. I think in his last 5 football seasons, he's had season-altering or season-ending injuries in 4 of them. So it's he's been pretty snake bit on that front.
Yeah. Finally, Pete, before you go, one more Tommy Reese question. I suspect this is more Tommy Reese than you ever thought you would discuss today.
No. At any Alabama show, it's very Reese heavy and Buchner heavy.
But his name has been mentioned at least as a potential candidate for Northwestern. Would from what you know of him, would a job like that appeal to him? I mean, should Alabama fans be concerned that their offensive coordinator may never coach a game there?
It sounds like Northwestern is going to go the interim route for this season, but next December, next January, yeah. No, I think that I would be surprised if Reese didn't interview for that job after this season. I would be surprised if he left and took it right now, because I don't think the job's going to be open right now. But he's from Chicago area, worked at Northwestern. His family roots at Northwestern. I think that would be a great first head coaching job for him if he can get it. But I would be absolutely floored if you ran into a situation where he never coached Alabama. But as you guys know, OCs there don't stick around that long. If he was in Tuscaloosa for 1 year before going to Northwestern, that wouldn't surprise me either.
Yeah, they don't stick around long, but for the most part, the coordinators in Tuscaloosa advance up. I mean, rarely do they get.
I mean, that's why Reese wanted to be there in the first place, right? It's like the ultimate finishing school in coaching. It's to work for Nick Saban. You have a golden ticket to a great next job after the fact, and I think Northwestern would qualify as a great next job for Tommy Reese.
All right, he is Pete Sampson at @PeteSampson_ on Twitter. Read his work in The Athletic, especially those of you that have a love for Notre Dame football. As he joined us to talk about the Irish today. Pete, thank you very much for the time. We always appreciate it.
Anytime, guys. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care. Pete with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. You guys voted Notre Dame number 15.
Yeah, I think that's about right. I've got Notre Dame favored in 8, possibly 9 games. They do have tricky games on the road. You mentioned NC State. Talked about that Clemson game, home games against Powers, Ohio State, USC. Pete just mentioned 10 wins is kind of what Notre Dame fans expect. I think if you're 9-3 or even 9-4 again with that schedule, I don't think that's horrible. But there is a better expectation with Sam Hartman coming in at quarterback. But let me go back to something you said with Tommy Reese, because when I initially saw him on a short list of like 4 or 5 potential candidates for Northwestern, I immediately thought to myself, because we could only put Northwestern in front of 6, 7, 8 jobs Power 5 jobs yesterday.
Yeah, and some of you added more. I disagree with a lot of those, but I don't think it's in front of a ton of them.
So what is a better situation, being the offensive coordinator at Alabama, where you know you're going to have success and you can wait on that job, or taking Northwestern? Now, a lot of people are going to say Northwestern's Big Ten. He's going to make probably twice as much as he would make as Alabama's offensive coordinator.
He's from Chicago, if that matters to him. Some people don't want to live in their hometown.
But I would think the cost of living in Chicago is probably twice what it is in Tuscaloosa,
if not more.
Yeah. So I think there's good and bad. Kirby Smart was offered Southern Miss. Now, how dumb would it look in retrospect if he would have taken Southern Miss? Southern Miss is not Northwestern. All I'm saying is if Tommy Rees stayed there for a couple of years and had a ton of success, he
gets a better job than Northwestern.
Yeah, he gets better than Northwestern.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the last offensive coordinators that have left there, some have gotten a worse job than Northwestern. Sark got a better job than Northwestern. For Kiffin, Florida Atlantic, Kiffin was pretty much asked to leave. Florida Atlantic wasn't as good. He already had the Florida Atlantic job, to be fair, when he was asked to leave. But, he eventually parlayed that into a better job, right? Can you do that at Northwestern? Because I don't – for Pat Fitzgerald, Northwestern was a destination job. I don't know how many people Northwestern will be a destination job.
Yeah, and I was about to say the same thing. For Tommy Rees – look, you can go there and you can be secure for life. I mean, you have a little bit of success, you're going to be making $5+ million a year, but you're never going to win a championship at Northwestern. That is a given. I don't care who the head coach is. Now, with the realignment of the Big Ten, you're never going to win a championship. When we expand to a 12-team playoff, if Northwestern ever one day did slip in, they're not going to win 2 or 3 games to win a national championship. So you just wonder, Tommy Rees, what his ultimate goals are.
You and Rockstar got big plans tonight.
Rockstar's Wednesday, and that means?
That would be
Odie's Team Trivia. Yeah.
Two rings.
Looking forward to that. We do it every Wednesday night. The crowds have been great this summer. Come join us. If you've never been before, you don't know what you're missing. If you have been, you know exactly what you're getting into. A lot of fun. Me, Will Haver, Rocky will take the stage a little after 8 o'clock. Get there early, enjoy some great food from Rodney Davis. Been serving it up for more than 3 decades, the Diablo sandwich. Our friend Brett from New Mexico came out last week. He got the chili cheeseburger, which I saw Dunaway eat a couple of months ago. I've still never had their chili cheeseburger. I don't think I've had a chili cheeseburger in decades.
You ought to get it at Odie's. It's good.
I might do that. I might starve myself today and go have a chili cheeseburger tonight. Ice cold beer buckets full of Bud Light. Come out, join us. Odie's Tavern, Crestline Village. It's a Birmingham institution.
Vol fan 205, Northwestern should throw $6-7 million at Willie Fritz. Guy can run the damn ball, he says. Fritz is in his 60s. I mean, you don't get him long, but he's a good football coach.
Yeah, look, Willie Fritz is a good football coach. He had an incredible year last year by Tulane standards. But outside of last year, he's had a couple of good years. I don't think I would jump it. I've seen other candidates on this list that we talked about earlier. Tommy Rees was on here. Jim Leonard, who I thought would have gotten the Wisconsin job, was on here.
Yep.
To me, would be a safer hire.
Has already been recruiting. Not that Rees hasn't. Rees was recruiting at Notre Dame, but Leonard's been recruiting that part of the country.
And, you know, I mean, and back to Willie Fritz or these guys or Tommy Rees or these guys. I think Leonard's a better fit. Who else did I see on this list?
Not Dave Doran, but
Dave Clawson.
Dave Clawson, which if I could hire him, I'd do that today.
And Mike Elko. Either one of those guys. I've seen enough from Mike Elko. And, you know, ironically, former defense coordinator at Notre Dame. Texas A&M, 1 year, 9-4 at Duke. I've seen enough of Elko that I would feel comfortable giving him that job.
Yeah, I mean, Duke and Northwestern, you're Duke in a better conference if you're Northwestern.
Right.
Right.
Yeah, so to me, there's better candidates out there. Tommy Rees, again, might end up being, you know, one of the best offensive coordinators of all time and ultimately one of the best head coaches of all time. But right now, there are other candidates being mentioned that I think would make more sense.
We have a long-running conspiracy on this show that potentially ends today. Do we want to do that next? Would we want to end the long-running conspiracy today? It's not yours.
Oh, no, yeah. I did hear this earlier.
Yeah. We could end it today if we want to. Do we want to do that next?
Yeah, let's go ahead.
All right, we'll see if there's a conspiracy on this show that ends today. Johnston RV Center wants you to make this summer a sweet Southern summer. A new or used RV from Johnston RV Center can do that. Travel trailers start at just $139 a month. Do the math. That's less than $5 a day. 2023 fifth wheels, you can find those at $439 a month. Military discount, active duty, retired military, they give you great discounts at Johnston RV as a way of saying thank you for your service to our amazing country. Lifetime warranties on all new campers and used campers under 2 years old or newer at Johnston RV Center. I-65, exit 304 in Coleman, exit 334 in Decatur, and always online, johnstonrvcenter.com. Does a long-running conspiracy from one member of this show die next? Stay tuned.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the Next Round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1 or call Waynes.com. Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes, when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
Harbin's Outdoors is an award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, and hardscaping. Jeremy and his team are a one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the final hardscapes around the pool and everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors to see it for yourself, or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. That's 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards, and there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
As we return, Terry says, Brett Bielema, I don't know that you would leave Illinois right now for Northwestern. I mean, Illinois is a better job.
No.
And he seems to have it headed in the right direction.
Yeah, Illinois is a much better job.
Somebody referred to Northwestern as the Vanderbilt to the Big Ten. Bobby says they are not doing that. They are spending hundreds of millions of dollars of facilities. Not what Vanderbilt does. He's right about that. They just built a new football facility on the banks of Lake Michigan. It's amazing. And they're in the process of building a new stadium. However, there has been a push from faculty members at the school to put the brakes on that until this investigation is complete. I think they're couching that under we've got to find out if we've got, some sort of rogue program here before we build them a new stadium with university money. In the Southeastern Conference, you would laugh at that. Faculty members trying to stop athletics from building a new stadium. But in a school like Northwestern, I'm not saying that it's a given they build that stadium right now.
Well, so they're doing, I forgot what it is. I think it's like Players Lounge. It's some facility right there, and they were going to call it the Fitz-Carlton. because it was so nice.
I like that.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be called the Fitz-Carlton anymore.
That was a good nickname, though. No, I don't think so.
Volfan205 over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room. 4 locations, by the way. Make sure you get in, see those guys, get everything checked bumper to bumper. They do awesome works where we send all our friends, all our families. He says Brian Ferentz.
If you never want to score again. Now, they didn't score a whole lot of points last year.
No, they did not.
That was a bad offense last year.
I mean, and they do have, I think I'm right about this, the current longest losing streak, I know in the Power 5, but I think all of college football.
Jay says they're spending millions of dollars in football facilities to get Skulldrug on USA Network. Accurate. That is, that would be a good summary of what's going on there at Northwestern. All right, before we try to maybe put to bed a conspiracy, is Lunsford back there? We're going to need Lunsford for this, Rockstar.
He is. He's already rattled up.
He's already rattled up. Before we try to put that to bed.
And for the record, I have never believed this conspiracy theory.
I want to remind everyone of Way to Wellness. Dunaway has used them not only to lose weight, but to get his life back healthy. So many of you have as well. I'll tell you one thing we love on this show. We always love when you support our sponsors. They mean the world to us, and it means the world to us that you would support them. We love it when you support them and we get feedback telling you how well they have done for you, telling us how well they have done for you. We get that all the time with Way to Wellness. So many of you are like, I went there, it's legit, I lost weight, I got healthier. It is a way to healthy living. It's not just weight loss, it's living healthy. Aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Leslie and her board-certified staff at Way to Wellness there will do the evaluation, find the plan that works for you. It's not a cookie-cutter plan. It's going to be different probably for everyone, but it's going to be right for you. Go and get the evaluation done. See if there's a plan that works for you at Way to Wellness. Lose weight. Get a healthier lifestyle. Add years to your life. Enjoy your life more now with Way to Wellness. Aplanforme.com. Aplanforme.com. All right. Let me just set the story up, and then we'll get Lunsford to share with us his conspiracy. The story was, a couple of days ago, Victor Wembanyama, the overall number 1 NBA draft pick, is at the Summer League in Vegas. He's walking through a Vegas hotel. Britney Spears is trying to get his attention to get a photograph with him. His bodyguards, as Forrester showed you the video we have from TMZ, his bodyguards get a little handsy with Britney, and it becomes a big story. Now, if you notice in this video, to go along with Lunsford's conspiracy, you do not see Britney's face. We can only assume that's Britney Spears.
And I said on the record, look, I'm not going to agree with what Lunsford has said for months. It blew me away the first time I heard this from Lunsford. But I didn't necessarily know if that was Britney. I thought it was weird. First of all, I didn't think she would be able to recognize Wemby. I didn't think she would care to have any kind of interaction with him. And she would be a bigger deal in the casino than he is.
Okay, so we don't know if that's her face, which plays into your conspiracy, Lunsford, which is what?
That Britney Spears is dead. Now, I'm not ready to die on that she's dead hill. I'm ready to die on that this is never her out hill. I do think she's dead.
Okay,
but
you think she's dead, but you say even if she's not dead, that there's a body double. This is not really
about
Britney.
to show. I can debunk, but go ahead.
Okay, so Lunsford is already going to debunk what is about to be shown before it's even shown. So let's, and Standard, I had not even seen the video until Rockstar just pulled it up. Standard Britney. I mean, if you don't think,
ridiculous.
If you don't think this is Britney, I don't know what to do for you. So
I love how low cut that is.
I know. So here we go. Here is Britney Spears. Hey, Forrester, this is from her social media, right? This is her social media. Okay. Britney Spears now on video in response to the Wemby video. Rockstar, hit it.
Hi, so I wanted to share with you guys an incident that happened in Vegas that a lot of people are talking about. And I heard on the news this radio station talking smack and talking shit, that's why I'm addressing it, saying that I deserve to be smacked. Security was doing their job and protecting their client. I've been with the most famous people in the world. In sync at one time, girls would like literally throw themselves at them. On my way into the place, actually, I was knocked down by like 3 12-year-olds trying to get my picture. My security not one time touched them or even came near them. Point being is, I didn't appreciate the people saying that I deserve to be hit, because no woman ever deserves to be hit. I simply tapped him on the back and I was backhanded, hit my face, came back on the floor. My best friend picked me up and held me. And I did get an apology at my table. 30 minutes later, but I have yet to receive a public apology.
Okay.
Okay. I will just say for the
Her
record,
voice is hot.
I think that is Britney Spears.
You know, I haven't really kept up with her, and this is the first time I've seen this. I didn't watch it intentionally. When she first started talking, I'm like, I'm not sure if that's Britney Spears or not.
Keep going.
I mean, I'm not 100% sold on it.
That's Britney Spears.
She debunked it in the video. You know why?
Why?
Because what did she say? I have gone everywhere, and constantly people are trying to take pictures of me. Everywhere I go, pictures are constantly being taken. Yet, never walking through Las Vegas, Nevada in 2023, could anybody get a single picture of her face when back 20 years ago, we have pictures of her running around with a shaved head, coming out of a gas station bathroom barefooted, all this crap with like nothing but the actual paparazzi just having cameras. Now every single soul on the planet has a super high-def, high-quality camera, and not a single person can get a single picture of her face.
I will say this, though. I was in Vegas a couple of years ago, and I was talking to somebody that is in the know there, and Britney Spears came up for whatever reason, and they were telling me what a sad situation it was because her anxiety is so bad that she doesn't like going out in public. Maybe she got on some new meds, decided to go out. I do agree for this, though. Even if it was just one time, there would have been people swarming her and taking pictures of her. So that is a little strange. But I do believe, for whatever reason, that is Britney Spears.
Also, to debunk everything, because people in the chat are saying AI is, which, by the way, if you're scared about AI, you'd love Mission Impossible Lance. But I pulled up there's a video. It's hysterical to watch on Twitch, and it's an AI of Biden and Trump debating each other and just like dog cussing each other constantly, just because like people will ask questions to try to like get the AI to answer a certain kind of way. And it's hysterical, and it looks like Trump and Biden are sitting on the stage debating each other.
Is it believable, Lunsford? Like if you just showed it to me?
If you watch it for long enough, because it's going 24/7, there's plenty of like glitches and stuff in it. But it's a live thing. If it's a pre-recorded thing, I mean, you can make it look like anything. And with deepfake technology and AI technology, there's a 0% chance that you couldn't make a video look just like that. Now, I mean, you can make a video of me sitting there, and it's obviously me doing it, and then make an AI version of it. Nobody cares to make an AI version of me. There's every reason in the world for the people that are trying to control Britney her entire life, which is documented and 100% true, that they can make an AI video and continue to keep this charade up.
Is that Vegas and the windows behind? Pull that back up, Scott.
It looks,
and the windows behind it,
yeah.
it looks like L.A. It looks like California more than Vegas.
Yeah, because
I think that's where she lived.
Yeah, there's more greenery.
Yeah.
You've got in Vegas, you've got that backdrop of mountains.
Yeah, it looks like California behind her.
But LA, Vegas is no different than like us to Nashville or something.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm just saying, she's not in Vegas right now.
It's a 50-minute flight.
Yeah.
Now, is there a chance, like, deep fake, AI, whatever, could there be like, you've seen these celebrity lookalikes, and they make a ton of money.
Yeah. And when I first started watching it, I'm like, it looks like Britney, but I haven't heard her voice in a while. It just didn't sound like I expected it to sound. I'm not ready to jump on Lunsford's hill yet.
Yeah, I'm not either.
But, I mean, I'm also not 1,000%. Like, I would not stake my life on the fact that was actually Britney Spears.
Here would be the most obvious question, Lunsford. Why would this be kept a secret that she was dead?
Yeah.
Well, because there's a brand to uphold for her parents or her dad who controlled her forever. I know she's past that now, supposedly, legally, but now I think it's her husband doing it, her new husband doing it.
Okay.
Yeah, but you
with
still
the family in general.
I mean, you're going to get such a immediate flood of people consuming her material if she is in fact dead.
Yeah.
It's just amazing, the pictures, because we all remember like when she first started kind of going crazy there. I mean, that was 20 years ago, and we had every crystal clear picture of her in the book. And now she's still, I mean, at one time she was one of the biggest people on the planet. And yet now we can't get a single thing other than her standing in her foyer doing videos, because that's literally all you see now is her standing in a foyer doing videos.
I am confident this is the first time this sentence has ever been uttered on this show in our history, not just on this platform. We'll move away from Britney Spears and talk Georgia football with Trey Wallace next on the Next Round.
Take the Next Round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville. Also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Salsas, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we start a new hour of the Next Round. Dunaway's still on vacation. He'll be back with us tomorrow along with Lance Taylor. I'm Ryan Brown. Remember, we are live from SEC Media Days in Nashville next week, but we'll be live in the afternoons next week, 2 to 5. A lot of stuff we're doing, but it's going to be 2 to 5 every afternoon, so set your alerts. If you're watching us on YouTube, please give us a thumbs up. If you're listening to us on demand, please subscribe anywhere you're listening. Subscribe on YouTube. Rate us. Comment. We greatly appreciate you doing all those things. Give us that thumbs up on YouTube right now. Trey Wallace is with us. Covers college football, the senior college football writer for Outkick at Trey Wallace _ where you find him on Twitter. He is with us now on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Welcome in, Trey. How are you?
Guys, I'm good. I can't believe we are, 5 days from the start of SEC Media Days. Big 12 kicks off today. Man, you know what? College football, we're almost here, boys.
We are almost here. You're absolutely right, and we love it. You wrote an article yesterday. You were the first I saw report this, that Georgia has decided to strike back against the AJC. For those that have missed it, the AJC has done some reporting about Georgia football, painting it as almost a college football program out of control right now. I can't think of a time when I've seen an athletic program, I won't say publicly because I don't know if they intended it to be public, but your reporting made it public, do this and basically demand retractions in this manner.
Yeah, it was an interesting afternoon. It's look, Georgia is scheduled to go in front of the media next week. Kirby Smart's going to have to answer a bunch of questions about off-field situations that have happened this year in regards to reckless driving. In regards to maybe past instances in this program where he's trying to fix or make right. And they decided, you know what? We're going to try to get out ahead of this before they get to Nashville. And so Georgia gathered up, I don't know how many number of reporters, it doesn't seem like a lot, gathered up a number of reporters and brought them into a room and set them down with the AD, Kirby Smart, legal counsel, you name it. There were 4 or 5 people and they're representing Georgia. And to me, this was perfect timing. I was texting back and forth with a couple people last night around the conference, and look, Kirby Smart was going to get hammered next week, and what they did, they got out ahead of that. They can point back to, okay, well, I've already said this, or I have, maybe there's some kind of litigation that I can't speak about. But Kirby Smart, Josh Brooks, the AD, did their damnedest to try to change the narrative around Georgia football and put their story out there and how they want it. Look, does it go over well? Did it work? I have no idea, but I think that the fact that they brought in, the AJC as well to sit in, on this Q&A, I think speaks a lot to what Georgia's trying to do when it comes to how their program is being looked at over the last couple months.
Yeah, and Georgia calls it errors and fabrications by the AGC, but I think the one thing that really jumps out is where they said the program actively supports sexual misconduct. And where did they go with that story? Because they said that was what one article's headline actually read.
A little frozen.
We have a frozen Trey. Trey Wallace, Outkick. We'll try to reestablish our video connection with Trey there as he froze up. I thought it was just it was a dramatic pause at first.
I don't think you can really deny or retract 11 traffic-related moving violations.
Well, I mean, that's public. Yeah, that's
those are in stone. Yeah. But, if in fact you've got an article headline that reads, the program actively supports sexual misconduct, that's a strong statement.
No, it absolutely is, and we'll get back to that discussion. And I agree with Trey. The timing of what Georgia did yesterday is obviously related to SEC Media Days. I think if you don't have SEC Media Days next week, they probably do not do this.
Agree. I mean, look, that's the last thing, and one of the things I would assume we have Kirby on the show. We're not going to be talking about this.
Well, I prefer not to. Trey is back with us, so not a terminal failure, but. Trey is back with us. Lance, you want to reset the question you asked Trey just so we can pick right up there?
So, what I was saying, Trey, is, they were saying the AJC story has errors and fabrications, but I thought the big sticking point for Georgia was the headline that was out there that said the program actively supports sexual misconduct. That's where it seems like Georgia thinks they went over the line.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with you when it comes to Georgia's stance on this and why I try to get out there in front of this. That headline shocked a number of people in around college football. And look, it's a headline that is supposed to grab attention as well and supposed to get people to click on the article. Let's be honest with each other in the way day and age of this media and in the way it's landscaped. But I think the problem that Georgia had is like, wait a minute, we don't support this. We don't feel like that we're enabling sexual assault. So why are we getting drug into this? And I think one of the big things that stood out, from that Q&A yesterday was when, a lot was made. There was a point in the article where, Georgia players had gone to court to support a former or a current student athlete, a teammate that was on the roster who's no longer on the roster anymore. And they were sitting in the back of the courtroom and they announced who they were. They announced their positions and whatnot. Well, come to find out during yesterday's Q&A, those players were under oath. There's a reason why they stood up and they said who they were and what position they were is because the defense attorney
had those guys under oath say, who they represent. So it's a tricky spot because a lot of what was put in there, it detailed a number of different instances, 2 different instances. But Georgia's case is, look, we're not out here, going to bat for these players. We're suspending them when they have to be suspended. We're kicking them off the team when they need to be kicked off the team. Like the narrative that we are in some way going back to, 2016, 2017, supporting this is something that Kirby Smart was tired of. Kirby Smart, Kirby Smart was the one that said, look, I want to get out in front. I want to talk about this. I want to talk about the narrative around our program. Let's get these guys together and let's sit down and talk about it. I don't know all of the AJC's reporting. I don't know, all their sources and whatnot. But I will say that look, Georgia and Kirby Smart were tired of the narrative especially the last couple of weeks. Because when that story came out, guys, that's a lot different than reckless driving or a guy getting a speeding ticket. You go to a whole different level of going after a program when you put something like that out. And if you don't have the proof to back that up, or in Georgia's case, they feel like it was misconstrued. That they felt like there were a few lies in there in the story. So that was Georgia's chance to sit down and say, okay, well, here's where you screwed up. Ask us the questions. Now, look, the Atlanta Journal-Constitution doesn't feel like they screwed up. I haven't seen a retraction of their story. They might have demanded a retraction of the story, but I haven't seen it. And I don't feel like they will either. So we're in this spot right now where Kirby Smart decides, okay, let's just, let's put it out all on the table. Let's have legal counsel there as well, because they can discuss some of these, allegations and how we handle, certain situations. I just feel like that in Kirby, in their instance regarding this story in particular, I think yesterday's sit down, it was them trying to clear the air a little bit. And I don't blame them. Because you don't want to be, look, there are coaches on the recruiting chart. I spoke to a number of different people inside the SEC and outside the SEC about this. There's coaches on the recruiting trail using this against Georgia right now when it comes to, all the reckless driving and the speeding tickets and feeling like Georgia doesn't have a hold of their program after a second national championship. That's another reason why you get out in front of this. I know Kirby Smart said yesterday it had nothing to do with recruiting. But let's be honest, guys, it does. They want that message out there to the parents of these players to let them know that they're not walking into some kind of ticking time bomb that somehow has just happened over the last 6 months since Georgia destroyed TCU. It's such a particular situation that makes you kind of raise your eyebrows a little bit, guys.
Trey Wallace is the senior sports writer for college sports writer for Outkick and Fox at Trey Wallace _ on Twitter. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. As we were talking about just a moment ago, though, as you were reconnecting with us, the timing is obvious, as you just said, because of SEC Media Days. You know how the game is played. You sit in that large print room where it's 45 minutes of questions. Will this strategy work, do you think?
He's gonna get peppered next week. There are questions that were not asked yesterday. And look, this is the first time, and just with every coach, this is the first time you might get to speak with him outside of a couple of us at SEC spring meetings. First time you get to hear from these coaches in a while, in some cases in spring football. So look, there is no denying that there are going to be guys on the net, me included, that still have questions about what has gone on over the last 6 to 7 months and going back further, even before they won a national championship. And what have you done to kind of fix the problem? What are new policies that are in place? He's going, look, a lot of this next week when, if he doesn't go up there and pull a Jeremy Pruitt and do a 19-minute filibuster on stage, he's going to get peppered a lot in that big grand ballroom next week. I just, and I think yesterday was almost a trial run to get that out of the way, to know and understand what questions are coming his way next week.
He is Trey Wallace. You can read him at Outkick. Follow him on Twitter at Trey Wallace _ Interesting strategy by Georgia. It will be one of the talking points next week in Nashville. Trey, thank you very much for the time. Always good talking with you.
Look forward to seeing y'all next week. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. We'll be there. We'll see you then. Trey with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline again. 2 to 5 every day next week. 2 to 5, including Friday, every single day in the afternoon. But keep your eyes on our social media at Next Round Live and anywhere you watch us or subscribe to us for content that will air from outside the show. We'll have plenty of content that doesn't get in the 2 to 5 show, and you'll want to see that there anywhere you follow us at Next Round Live on social media. Make sure you've subscribed and set your alerts on YouTube, especially when things drop. You get those alerts, or wherever you get your podcast, your audio podcast from us. So you make sure you get those alerts when new content drops from up in Nashville, or really anytime. And as always, if you're watching us on YouTube, give us that thumbs up. We greatly appreciate that. Make sure you're subscribed. It helps us a lot. And rate and comment anywhere you're getting us on Apple Podcasts, Google Podcasts, and places like that. Lance is growing back a lion's mane underneath that beautiful seafoam hat.
That's what we're trying to do. I wore the seafoam hat yesterday. Got a couple of really good comments.
Oh, so you thought you'd go back to back and see if you can.
I went back to back with
hat.
it. I think so. Yeah. But yeah, so when I started to thin out a little bit, this happens to a lot of guys. The older you get, be preemptive about this. I asked around. Dr. Beckenstein is the name everyone said. T3hair.net for more information. Dr. B offers that Census transdermal infuser. This enables Dr. B to get various medicines and therapies into the scalp where the hair follicles are without using any injections. This is revolutionary, as Dr. B can pinpoint the delivery of a patient's genetically specific products without any needles. Again, call today, get that consultation, 205-319-0316. Hair has already doubled in thickness since I started being treated by Dr. B. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
The Birmingham News for years used to put out a special college football edition.
Yeah.
And I can't remember the time of year where it hit. It seemed like it was sometime between SEC Media Days and the start of the season. And in that would be the sports information directors, the media relations directors at each school, which you have to assume, by extension, the head coaches, would vote for the SEC.
Yeah. These are the guys that typically vote for the head
coaches
coach.
Poll.
Yeah.
They've done it now 77 years, and now they just drop it in a random Wednesday online. It no longer comes out in any sort of printed material because the Birmingham News no longer prints, so it is online now, and it came out today.
Yeah, and
I used to love digging through that.
I did too.
I don't know about you.
This truly shows you where the conference believes how much the power has changed.
For the last 10 years, the sports information directors, and you would assume the coaches, voted Alabama at the top of the Southeastern Conference. That 10-year grip for the Crimson Tide has come to a close. Georgia, by, I guess, a fairly large margin.
Oh, Alabama.
Not point-wise, but first-place votes-wise, as pick number one.
Well, they were picked by 12 of the SEC's 14 SIDs to win the league championship. That is heavy because you got to figure this. LSU had one vote. That's going to be LSU's SID.
Mm-hmm.
One vote for Alabama. We know who cast that vote.
Yeah.
And then
so you think Brian Kelly and Nick Saban voted for themselves, and everybody else went Georgia? That's what you're saying.
That's exactly what I think happened.
Yeah.
But I think this is like landslide. I mean, Georgia was almost near unanimous pick to win the East again, which is no shock. 6 or 7 there. And I said this before. I think LSU is going to win the West, but I still think when we get to Atlanta, the media is going to pick Alabama to win the West. And I think this kind of showed yesterday. Because Alabama was picked to win the West.
5 of the 7 coaches picked Alabama to win the West.
Yeah. And I think that will reflect the media.
Yeah. So let me just run through their predicted order of finish, and you stop me when we're way out of whack, okay? Georgia 1.
Yep.
Alabama 2.
Yep.
You would go LSU, but it's not way out of whack.
Yeah, no.
Because LSU is 3rd, so you've just flipped those two. Tennessee 4th.
Yep.
Ole Miss 5th.
Out of whack.
Yeah, that was the first one that jumped out at me. I thought, boy, Ole Miss, they got 7 5th-place votes, which is where they are, 3 6th-place votes, 2 7th-place votes, and 1 8th-place vote.
Yeah, but, I mean, there's a big discrepancy between these point totals and the way they do it between number 5 Ole Miss and number 6, both Texas A&M and South Carolina.
Yeah, A&M was voted higher. Somebody voted them 3rd. You would assume Jimbo, but you don't know.
Yeah, I would have gone A&M.
3 people voted them 4th.
I don't know how you would do this. I would go Georgia, LSU, Alabama. And again, those are all really tight at the top. Any one of those three would not surprise me at all winning the SEC championship. I would go A&M fourth, actually. Okay. I would go Arkansas or Tennessee. I think I'd go Tennessee fifth, Arkansas sixth.
Yeah, so
Kentucky seventh.
Yeah. So because after you stopped me at Ole Miss, A&M is next. South Carolina is, what is that, seventh? South Carolina is seventh.
They're tied for sixth with A&M.
Yeah,
they've each
that's
got
true.
88
Yeah, I'm
points.
sorry. Tied for sixth with A&M. So you think that's out of whack?
Yeah, I mean, I would have them further down.
Yeah.
I would have South Carolina behind Arkansas. I would have South Carolina even behind Auburn and Kentucky.
Yeah. 2 people picked Auburn dead last, 13th. You can't vote for yourself, I think. So actually, that's how that would work.
Yeah, look, and there's a big discrepancy. I would assume that the one vote Auburn got in the top 5 at number 4 was Auburn themselves. And then they didn't get any other votes in the top 6.
I mean, you got people picking them dead last, and look at...
Well, there was only 2 teams that were picked dead last.
Yeah.
Vanderbilt, 12 of the 14, and then Auburn, 2.
I mean, pick dead last. I don't see a scenario where Auburn's dead last in the conference.
Oh, no.
Like, I'm not even sure I see a scenario where they're dead last in the West, which is kind of weird because they were picked... Mississippi State was picked dead last in the West with all 6 votes.
Yeah, look, I mean, it's not going to shock me. Again, I think Auburn's going to be better than most people think. I think they're going to win 8, possibly 9 games. Worst case, I think 7 games. But if they did come in dead last in the West, it wouldn't shock me.
Yeah.
I mean, somebody's got to do it. I mean, I've got more expectation for Arkansas than a lot. Ole Miss, obviously, there's more expectation from the SIDs out there. A&M's going to be better this year. Mississippi State, we really don't know what to get. You're changing schemes. You've got a first-year head coach in Zach Arnett. So, really, whoever finishes at the bottom of the SEC West, whether it's State, Auburn, Arkansas, I would be shocked if A&M is at the bottom of the division. And if they are, then that buyout might really be at play.
I mean, again, to see Auburn get 2 picks to finish dead last is just crazy to me. And like you said, only Vanderbilt they were the only other team picked to finish dead last. Not even State, not even Missouri, who points-wise are behind Auburn. But Auburn got 2 picks to finich dead last.
Ross over in the Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, Hugh Freeze wouldn't get a second year if that happened. I disagree.
Yeah, I mean,
I think it would take like a 1-11, 2-10.
I mean, dead last in the conference is you're probably going to have to go 4-8. I mean, you're going to lose all your conference games and win all your non-conference.
I don't think Auburn can lose all their conference games.
I just really don't either. I mean, even a 3-9, like if they lost to Cal, I'm not sure that gets Hugh Freeze fired. I think if anything, he and Auburn fans start beating the roster drum. Like, man, we were left with a crap roster.
Yeah, look, and I could see Auburn lose a game or 2 they shouldn't, but I think they're going to win one of these games.
Yeah.
They shouldn't win.
Yeah, 2 people. I'd love to know the 2 people picking Auburn dead last.
Brooks asks, what's been more of an automatic pick by the media for the last decade? Alabama at the top of the West or Vandy at the bottom of the East?
Bama's 10 straight at the top. I don't know that Vandy's 10 straight at the bottom.
I bet they are.
You think so?
I think Vandy is more of the sure thing because, there was a year, I think it was 2 years ago, there was such an expectation for A&M.
Uh-huh.
Or maybe it was last year.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think some other years in the West. I guess it has been pretty dominant.
Been pretty dominant. Bama picked 10 straight years at the top. I don't know where Vandy is at the bottom, but that break that has been broken by Georgia now. 12 of the 13 votes for Georgia in first place. Alabama got 1 first place vote of their 13 votes. The other 12 went to 9 in second place, 3 in third place. And again, Auburn might have had the biggest spread. A&M had a pretty big spread. They went everything from 3rd to 12th. Auburn went everything from 4th to 13th. Now, again, there's only 13 because you don't vote for yourself. But Auburn went from 4 to 13.
The 7 SIDs that picked the West, 6 had Mississippi State dead last. Only 1 had Auburn dead last.
Yeah, that's it, which is weird because, again, State's right behind Auburn, but nobody picked them dead last in the conference.
Now, somebody did put Auburn second in the West. That'd be a hell of a first year for Freeze.
I mean, if Freeze is second in the West, not only does he not get fired, like Ross is saying, he gets an immediate tear up and redo on the contract.
Yeah, and there was 1 vote for A&M coming in second in the West. Which, boy, if A&M did come in second.
It's huge for Jimbo.
Yeah, I think it would be huge for Jimbo, but how disappointing would it be for either Brian Kelly or Nick Saban?
Oh, massively, for whichever one of those doesn't finish second. All right, Redmont Vodka bringing us part of the show today.
Gluten-free, 8 times distilled. It's a locally owned and operated product. Fantastic. Available in 22 states. Available at the local package stores, including Pink Package, Beverage Place, also ABC stores. Ask for it by name. Again, gluten-free, 8 times distilled. You're going to love it. Best vodka out there. It's Redmont Vodka.
Cubs fan 038 on Twitter at Next Round Live ask an important question. Will the live broadcast be on replay the next day? He can't listen between 2 to 5. Absolutely. Just like normal. Everything we do will be available on demand. That's just a blanket rule here. Everything we do available on demand for life. So, yeah, if you can't listen 2 to 5, you just listen to us anytime you can. As we always say, we don't care when you listen. Just listen anytime you can. On the Next Round. More coming up after this.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Don't miss your chance to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Open 24/7, so come on in for nonstop gaming action. You'll find the latest, hottest, most exciting games around. And you'll love the fun bonuses and big jackpots. Plus, you can watch and wager on horse and greyhound races from all over the world. Your best bet for big wins is just minutes away at Birmingham Racecourse Casino, where you can be a winner too. Birmingham Racecourse Casino off I-459, exit 31 Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them the Next Round sent you.
Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasparatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Terry says, what time does Odie's Trivia start? Does Odie's Trivia start? What exactly happens on Wednesdays? Terry says he is interested in seeing that.
Shenanigans. That's all
Total
I can say.
shenanigans.
Tomfoolery.
What time does it start?
Maverick Hammerfist, a little after 8 o'clock.
A little after
says
8, yeah.
Lance will lead a QAnon talk while Rockstar plays background music. You will be questioned about your loyalty to the cause.
That's right. See, that's exactly what happens.
I guess Maverick is he pro child trafficking?
Yes, Maverick talks about it all the time.
Jeez, I believe it's tongue in cheek, man. Sarcasm.
Just checking.
Anyway, trivia tonight.
Let's seize one movie. Changes everything. Viewing menu Rockstar is presented by New Life Art.
And for the record, I've always been against child trafficking.
Yeah, I would hope.
It wasn't the one movie that did it.
I don't think the vast majority of people are for it. New Life Art bringing you the viewing menu.
Artist Daniel Moore has just announced his next masterwork in oils. The legacy continues. This sequel to Moore's 1992 sold-out painting, Crimson Legacy, features iconic moments and memorabilia from the last 30 seasons of Tide football. Don't miss your opportunity to own this lasting tribute, sure to be cherished by Bama fans for years to come. Pre-order your print or canvas of The Legacy Continues from New Life Art at special pre-publication pricing through July 15th at danielmooreart.com.
You know, there's a new Netflix series coming out tonight called Quarterback. Go inside, kind of declines, just so you get excited, and just go inside the huddle and into the homes of Patrick Mahomes. All right, cool. Kirk Cousins. And Marcus Mariota in this candid docuseries following their 2022 and 2023 NFL season.
I saw some of the Kirk Cousins video, and he's reading a book to his kids.
That looks exciting.
Didn't really fire me
I
up
would
to
like
see
to
it.
see, though, Patrick Mahomes, everyone hates his brother.
Yeah, just have his brother live in the basement.
Well, I'd like to see how much interaction there is with those two on a daily basis.
Is he always with that damn Jake from State Farm guy?
Like, how often do you guys talk to your brothers?
I talk to mine maybe once a week. I talked to him just the other day, in fact.
You and Eric?
Maybe once a month.
Well, obviously, I talk to Reed
I text.
a lot.
Yeah, I mean, he works with us.
But I talk to Cameron once a week, probably, maybe a little bit more. And Shane, maybe every 3 or 4 weeks.
I text with my brother more than I talk to him. We text more than we talk. Like, we'll just randomly text about, a sporting event or something like that. He texts me a lot of sports stuff. That's the vast majority of our discussion on text is sports.
But I think once a week's normal.
Or today is my mom's birthday. Happy birthday to my mom.
Ms. Brown, happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Vicky Brown.
Happy birthday, Vicky.
You can take her tonight to the theaters and see Mission Impossible Dead Reckoning Part 1.
All right,
Lunsford's already seen it.
Can we get Lunsford on the mic? Because I wanted to ask him a couple of things about this.
Is there child trafficking in this one?
There is not child trafficking. So
I don't know why you guys are joking about that.
We're not joking about it. A guy just made a very funny tongue-in-cheek, and you said, I guess he's in favor of child trafficking.
I don't know. I mean, people have attacked me on Twitter about this, so I don't know what's tongue-in-cheek and what's not.
That one was pretty obvious, though.
But Lunsford, I was going to ask you, the only Mission Impossible I saw was the first one where Emilio Estevez gets caught up in the elevator shaft. I haven't seen one since. Is it okay for me to go from seeing just one to seeing that it's not? Okay.
It's all the Mission Impossibles outside of maybe 2 are very much continuation, and this has people from the first all the way through the 6th movie.
But not Philip Seymour Hoffman, right?
Well, you got to watch the 3rd one and see what happens.
All right, wow.
We saw what happened to poor Emilio.
Yeah, he was in like 10 minutes of the first movie. That was it.
That was a rough.
Oh, was that
end.
it?
Yeah, I mean, he was not in the movie for 10 minutes.
I didn't know.
Yeah,
he got caught up in the elevator.
Yeah. Two things here, Rockstar. Number one, on the recommendation of many people, I started The Bear last night, and I think I watched the first 4. Lunsford swears by it.
Stick with it.
Yeah, I mean, I was told it was a dark comedy. I have not laughed a lot.
It's not at all a comedy. I
don't know why I was told that then. Why was I told it was a dark comedy?
I think there's a couple of funny moments. It's
Succession
definitely
is
drama.
way funnier than The Bear is.
Yeah,
absolutely. Succession is like the best drama ever.
Yeah, so that's part of the problem is I think I was expecting a dark comedy from The Bear Lunsford, and I just haven't laughed a whole lot. There have been a couple of laughs, but that's about it. So I just had a wrong expectation on that. I asked on Twitter, and boy, it got rave reviews on Twitter and on Facebook, so a lot of people are looking. But then Josh Pate, our friend with 24/7, texted me and said, hey, I like The Bear, but I'll tell you something else I like if you and your wife are looking for something, is Daisy Jones and the Six. Has anybody seen that on
I
that?
watched the first episode. It wasn't my thing.
Yeah, I've never heard anything about it.
It's like a fake Fleetwood Mac docu.
It's like Almost Famous meets Fleetwood Mac. Is that the way you would describe it, Lance? Yeah, Almost Famous meets Fleetwood Mac. I watched the first episode. I am intrigued. I am going to give it a chance. Pate is so in favor of this show that obviously based on Northwestern being in the headlines, he said, if I watch it and don't like it, I can come on his show and haze him live. That's how on board Pate is with Daisy Jones and the Six.
One of the main characters is Elvis's granddaughter. And then the other one's got from the Hunger Games.
Little T read the book and I loved it.
It's got Timothy Oliphant in it. He's in Daisy Jones.
Well, hey, Justified, new.
Yeah, when does that come down?
Yeah, it's a limited series. It is coming, I think, July 18th. Yeah, Justified Primeval. Looking forward to that.
Yeah, I don't know how it's
he just plays character so well.
He
it's going to be good.
But my favorite character in there was Boyd Crowder, and I don't think he's back in this.
Well, Boyd Holbrook is going to be the bad guy, it looks like.
Yeah.
And he's a pretty good bad guy.
He is, but Boyd Crowder was one of my favorite TV characters of all time.
Walton Goggins,
so good.
great
Walton
actor.
Goggins was phenomenal.
So I've been watching Hijack with Idris Elba on Apple. It needs to be over. Like the last,
we're done. So somebody either land the plane or crash the plane. Yeah.
Episode 4. I was hoping. I don't want to give much away, but I was hoping the plane would get shot down last night. It's run its course.
So we're done with that. How many episodes in are you?
I'm 4 in. I don't know if I finish or not, but I hate when I get in the middle of a show and don't finish it. But some of them seem like a waste of time.
All right, that's the view. I mean, you lock of the day every day. We won't have one tonight because there's nothing to lock up, right?
There is nothing to lock up.
But we'll be back.
We are dark tonight.
And then what you got tomorrow night?
Oh.
Is there anything tomorrow night?
Tomorrow night?
The Women's World Cup starts
Women's
tomorrow.
World Cup, Lance.
Yeah.
No.
I think we wait till the weekend.
All right, wait till the weekend, but it'll be back presented by Hemp Hill.
Hemp Hill Services wants to make sure with this summer weather here that you got everything in order. They're offering 0% for 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure your HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. Team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. Hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
As Rusty points out, only one of only 2 days out of the year where there are no professional sports whatsoever. So take a break from the sports today. Watch one of those many things we just gave you on the viewing menu. Start a new series. Do something. Talk to your family. Take a nap.
The Door Harris says Pate is a huge Fleetwood Mac fan. Might affect his opinion. So if you don't like Fleetwood Mac, you're not going to like the show?
Oh, I have no idea. I've only watched one episode. I think if you liked Almost Famous, you liked Almost Famous. It's got those vibes in that.
No, I liked Almost Famous a lot. I respect Fleetwood Mac's material.
Yeah.
I'm not a huge fan,
I think
though.
the band, I think you're looking too much at Fleetwood Mac music. I think what they're saying is it's a lot of what was behind the scenes with Fleetwood Mac.
So it's almost like a Spinal Tap? I mean,
I've never even heard of this thing. So.
Yeah, I wouldn't go that far, no. I mean, it's.
I mean, I know it's not going to be that kind of comedy, but I mean, is it like a satirical look at a band?
I mean, the band itself, like its makeup, is very Fleetwood Mac.
That's what they're saying, and the way they tease it,
the way Fleetwood Mac is they all hooked up with each other. So
the way they're teasing it, that looks like that's what's going to happen.
The lead male singer, I only watched the first episode, but he has like a girlfriend who then comes on tour, but then he has a thing for the lead singer,
right?
Who's his granddaughter. So I think it kind of has similar.
Yeah, it's got some Fleetwood Mac vibes to it, but it's presented in the way Almost Famous. There's no spoiler whatsoever because this is literally the first scene. They're the biggest.
So you did watch
the first episode. They're the biggest band in America. They play a stadium show at Soldier Field, and it turns out to be their final show ever. Okay. And there's always been rumors as to why. The premise of the show is like 20 or 30 years later, the band members are finally sitting down to do a documentary-style interview as to why the band broke up.
That actually sounds good.
No, I think it's a really good premise. I don't know. Lunsford said he didn't like it. I liked the first episode.
My wife loved it, and she loved the book and everything.
Yeah.
I mean, I think if you've read the book, you'll like it, and I think if that's kind of your thing, you'll really like it. It's just not my kind of thing.
Yeah.
I've never seen Almost Famous. Just never appealed to me.
Yeah.
Very good.
Yeah. I bought I liked it better than The Bear, Lunsford, so I probably am going to go with this one and come back to The Bear. If I had to guess.
Yeah, I need to go back to The Bear, wrap it up. I need to go back to Silo, wrap it up.
Good thing is you can binge all of them.
You can binge
that
it.
Is true.
Tonight's a good night. By the way, Rockstar, I'm drinking a Mellow Yellow. We love our friends at Coca-Cola. This is a Coke product. Mellow Yellow, zero sugar.
Is that the new Mellow Yellow logo? Because I would not say that was Mellow Yellow.
Yeah, I used to drink Mellow Yellow all the time when I was a kid.
I did too. We had the discussion with our friends from Coke a couple of days ago, and I said, there was the summers I worked at the car wash. I wasn't drinking cold beer.
Yep.
I was drinking Mellow Yellow.
Yep. I drink Mellow Yellow. And they said, have you tried Mellow Yellow Zero Sugar? It's one of our best-selling products. In fact, and here's who I would trust on this, right? When you go to an Asian restaurant and there are Asian people eating at the Asian restaurant, do you believe this place is legit? Why is that absurd a question?
I mean, like when I go to a great Italian restaurant,
there's Italian people there. You don't think,
I don't
oh
see
my
a
God,
lot of
this
Italians.
Well, then it's probably not a legit Italian restaurant.
There's a Hispanic guy chowing down a chalupa at
I will
Taco
tell
Bell.
you,
This place is legit.
Free plug, but El Barrio downtown is fantastic. But I've never gone in there and been like.
But if I go in a Mexican restaurant, if I go in a Mexican restaurant and there are a lot of Hispanics or Mexicans in there, I'm like, this place must be good.
I've seen.
How do you not make that assumption?
A lot of Hispanics in Taco Bell.
If you walk into an Asian restaurant and see no Asians, you're going to be like, well, this place is going to be closed soon.
But there is one.
And Rodrigo is your waiter?
There is one in Hoover that I think is the top of the line. And boy, when I go in there, it's probably half Asian. And I'm like, this place, that's why this place is good. So I bring that up to say, they told us at Coca-Cola that in their internal vending machines, this is their best-selling product. So who would you trust most about it but Coke employees, right?
Absolutely. So
this is their best-selling product.
So does it taste just like Mellow Yellow?
It does. Very good.
Okay.
Now, I had not had a Mellow Yellow in a while, but this is very good. For a zero-sugar diet drink.
Daniel says it's fantastic.
It is. Mellow Yellow, zero sugar. So go try it. One of our great Coke products that we support here on the show. I have got a story that is going to lead us to a discussion, and I don't know what to do with this discussion. I don't know, because I just got to be honest with you. There's stuff on this show that some of us like and some of us don't like. Dunaway is a list hater. Man, he hates list. He's always trying to find different ways to do lists. I like list. It presents it in a concise, easy to follow fashion. Right.
And you can either destroy it, you can agree with it, whatever you want to do.
You give me a good top 10, such and such. I like dealing with that because it appeals to my, I don't know, I just like lists.
Yeah, and the interesting thing, though, Dunaway plagiarized Good Morning Football with the whiteboards. Mm-hmm. And he likes doing our own list, but if it's somebody else's list, he absolutely
Dunaway hates them. Like, we'll say, hey, Dunaway, today 24/7 did the top 10 such and such of all time. God, we're already in list season. I'm like, Dunaway, it's not list season. It's an interesting discussion. Now, I'll say this. One thing I don't like is when we get into a topic where, and that's what you'll see what I'm about to bring up here, where it's just like, everybody's just throwing out different names. So here's the discussion. Jaleel Billingsley has signed with the Calgary Stampede of the CFL. He went undrafted, did not get signed as an undrafted free agent. I mean, he's got to rank pretty high on the most disappointing players you've ever seen in college football. Based on what you saw.
Oh, yeah.
So based on what you saw from him early to the fact that what his career became collegiately and now as a pro, he's basically signing a late season deal with the Calgary Stampede. That's a huge disappointment from where you thought Jaleel Billingsley was.
I would agree.
I mean, the first time you ever saw that guy.
Well, I mean, when you saw a tight end returning kicks, I mean.
Yeah, running them out of the end zone with regularity.
I mean, that'd be like Brock Bowers putting him back there, which
I
probably
could
do.
see, yeah.
But yeah, I thought that this guy was going to be a complete stud. And even getting a revival with Sarkisian at Texas,
right.
You thought that, that might jumpstart him a little bit.
So, this is. The thing I would hate about this is if we did 2 more hours of, remember so-and-so, it was a huge disappointment. So I would like to try to condense it a little bit. So think of people that you would include, and we'll do this on the other side, people that you would include in this discussion. And I'm not here just to step all over Jaleel Billingsley, but everybody I think would agree with this. When you first saw him at Alabama, you thought, this guy, his potential is unlimited. He never once touched that potential again.
Oh, yeah.
Nowhere close. And now he's in the CFL of all places. Tell them again about Dr. B, and we'll get to that on the other side there, Lance.
Yeah, again, our friend Dr. B, for more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Make the phone call that I made. Call Dr. B today. Get that consultation. He will tell you exactly where you are. He'll tell you if he can help you or not. Again, my hair has more than doubled in thickness since I went to see Dr. B. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
Okay, Maverick Hammerfist says when it comes to food in America, it doesn't matter what race you are as long as it tastes good. That's not what I'm saying at all, but I'm saying people that grew up eating that type of food, if I see them in that type of restaurant, I assume this restaurant's getting it right. I don't care if they're white, black, green, or purple if they're making good food. I don't understand why this is even a controversial discussion.
It was a controversial discussion.
You got the entire back room to laugh. though.
Everybody laughed out loud.
It's just a weird statement. I didn't say that's a controversial statement.
Oh, okay.
I didn't
So
think
it's not
it's a racist statement. I just thought it was funny.
Oh, God, it's far from racist.
No, but I guarantee if we sent Tyler right now to Taco Bell.
Well, no. You're not going to see one person that grew up eating Mexican food in Taco Bell.
Oh, yeah. I have. I've seen plenty of Hispanic dudes in Taco Bell.
I don't know that I've ever seen a Hispanic person in Taco Bell.
Well, it's from the border. So.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to more hit up the food truck on the side of the road.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, it's also a super quick lunch. Like I can.
Well,
just
I
get
mean, I
this
think
in
that's
less
what
than a minute and leave.
Yeah, that's what's playing into it more than the level of the food is that they can do it in a hurry.
Lunsford said he's got Hispanic heritage, which I didn't know about. He said he loves Taco Bell.
Well, again, I didn't know.
Yeah, Goose is right. Yard crews eating at Taco Bell for the cheap.
Yeah, that's more a function of price and speed of delivery. All right, so we'll discuss that. Guys that started out, they looked amazing, and then they totally disappointed. That's next on the next round.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Man, I love a good meal. I'm Jim Dunaway. A good meal is what you get with my friend Sterling at Champy's Chicken on Highway 119 in Alabaster. We're talking great southern fried chicken, wonderful sides, hand-cut chicken fingers, po' boys, and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales. You got a perfect menu for everybody. Champy's Chicken is perfect for watching the big game or taking a meal to the lake house, down to the coast, or stay in the restaurant and dine in a great atmosphere. It's all made fresh to order right there on 119 in Alabaster, Champy's Chicken.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, brombergs.com.
If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. For more than 40 years, Red Wing Shoes has been helping the hardworking people of Alabama. This is why Red Wing Shoes has created the 3-step comfort solution. Step 1, a certified fit specialist will use a 3D scan to electronically measure your feet and arches. Step 2, the fit specialist helps you get the appropriate footwear for your occupation. Step 3, customize your boot or shoe with a Red Wing orthotic. Whether you have a high arch or flat feet, Red Wing has comfort solutions for you. So experience comfort at its best. Visit one of the Red Wing shoe stores located in Pelham or Trussville.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
We continue on the next round. We'll get to that discussion in one moment. Ballfan 205 says, are y'all doing Tennessee this week on the countdown? Just want to know in advance so I can clear my schedule when y'all need me to call in. We will not unveil who is where. I will tell you, you will not see Tennessee this week. That'd be a little low for the Vols. We're in the teens right now. We're number 15 with Notre Dame. There are only 2 more days left this week. I don't have to tell you how the numbering works. Number 14, number 13. If Tennessee's right there, that's a bit of a disappointment this year, I think.
Ooh, I don't know.
Oh man, and I think Tennessee fans think they'll be in the top 10 this year. The way that season went last year.
I mean, you lost an incredible receiver in Jalen Hyatt. You
did.
lost Hendon Hooker. I just don't see Joe Milton being Hendon Hooker. I mean, Joe Milton might be good, and I think most quarterbacks are going to be pretty good in Josh Heupel's system.
I'm just talking how fans work. I'm just saying you will not see Tennessee this week.
Yeah, tell me where that schedule is for Tennessee, though.
Well, it's an SEC schedule. It's going to be very, very difficult. They play Alabama and they play Georgia. I mean, they're going to do that I don't know moving forward if they'll do it every year. But
to me, that's 2 losses.
Probably
because
so. It was last year.
Tuscaloosa.
It was last year, except they beat Alabama. That's what I'm saying. It was in the preseason last year is what you said. That's 2 losses.
Yeah, but again, we didn't really have much of an expectation for Tennessee last year.
Yeah.
So they exceeded the expectation. Now that Tennessee is supposed to do this, we'll see if they can.
Yeah. Well, again, UTSA, it seems to scare you more than any of their early games.
Yeah, I still think Tennessee probably gets past that.
Yeah,
I mean, if UTSA wins that game, watch out.
Harbin's Outdoors brings you part of the show today.
Yeah, award-winning landscape company specializing in installing custom fiberglass pools, landscaping, hardscaping. Jeremy and his team, one-stop shop for your pool construction needs. Harbin's does it all, from the install to the lighting, final hardscapes around the pool, everything in between. It's beautiful work. You can find them on Instagram at Harbins_outdoors. See it for yourself or call or text Jeremy directly, 205-300-0718. At Harbins, you and your home are the center of all that they do. Again, call them today for all of your landscaping needs, 205-300-0718.
You know, David Walls works here with us, texted me Trent Richardson. I would definitely say that about the NFL, but I do believe in college, Trent Richardson obviously lived up to any sort of expectations you had for him.
Oh, he was fantastic in college.
And the NFL clearly did not live up. And we could probably much easier do this with guys that you saw in college that did not live up to it in the NFL.
Oh, yeah, that's easy. I mean,
there's a long list
thousands of those guys.
Yeah.
You know, a guy that jumps out for me, and this isn't fair because injuries were a big part of this, but watching Justin Ross and how he developed in, what was the year that Clemson walked Alabama off the field?
That was 2018, yeah.
And how he got better and better, and then the way he performed in the college football playoff.
I mean, you just got to believe that was injury related, though.
It had to have been.
I mean, he looked like the best receiver in America.
No, he looked like
Alabama.
A guy, and I think I might have said it after the show the Tuesday after. He would have gone in the top 10 of the NFL draft.
Yeah.
I mean, because he was physically already ready.
Yeah, I mean, there
wasn't a weakness in his game.
Yeah, that night out in Santa Clara, Justin Ross looked like the best player in America. He really did. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, he got some. I know there was a member of our audience who said he's going to be a bust in the NFL, and that is certainly trending bad for that member of our audience. I think Trevor Lawrence is trending far from bust, or away from bust rather than towards bust. But he said all he does is throw up 50-50 balls, and Justin Ross goes and gets them. I don't know that was a fair criticism of Trevor Lawrence, but I will say that night in Santa Clara, whatever Trevor Lawrence threw up, Justin Ross went and got it.
Well, I hate to stick with Clemson, but DJ Uiagalelei, and we'll see what he does with Jonathan Smith at Oregon State. But we saw him for 2 games in, what was that, the 2021 season?
Yeah.
No, 2020 season.
Yeah, it was the COVID season when Lawrence had COVID. That's why we saw him. And he played that Notre Dame game that they eventually lost, but it was not DJ's fault.
Oh,
he was fantastic.
Yeah, and so we just thought, hey, look, once he becomes full-time starter, he's going to be just fine. Below average to me. I mean, the record was still solid for Clemson, but he wasn't close to the quarterbacks of the past that we've seen at Clemson.
Yeah, I would completely agree. And you get to see some time, or he gets some more time for us to see if he can develop. And you think actually he's going to have a good year this year, I think.
I do,
at Oregon State. Yeah. Blake Handy says Duke Williams at Auburn. Duke Williams, at Auburn you got pretty good out of Duke Williams. The first time I ever saw it initially, the first time I ever saw him play, I thought that guy's an NFL receiver right now, Duke Williams. And boy, it just never, he never could harness that. And then ended up being, a little troubled. It just, boy, right away though, Lance, right out of the chute, I thought Duke Williams was an NFL guy. Blake adds Jeremy Johnson, another Auburn quarterback.
Oh.
Boy, when we first saw him.
Against Arkansas, looked so good. I mean, look, there was Heisman talk. There was national championship talk the next year. And how many games did Jeremy Johnson end up starting?
Well, if you remember, he started that next year against Louisville and threw 2 really bad picks. And as I remember it, both of them were just him not reading the linebacker properly. The linebacker had dropped, and he threw 2 bad picks. And I'm doing this off the top of my head. Then they almost lost to Jacksonville State, if you remember. Jack State had that game absolutely won. And JSU head coach John Gross just got a little bit too conservative, and Auburn ends up winning that game in overtime. And I think by then you knew you had a problem. This wasn't just a quarterback finding his way, because he threw some bad interceptions against Jack State too. You knew you had a problem at that time.
Yeah, I've got a great one. At least I believe it is. Colt McCoy goes down, 2009 National Championship game. Garrett Gilbert comes in, and Garrett Gilbert looked like he was going to be the real deal.
Once he found his footing against Alabama, Alabama had a tough time stopping him.
Yeah, they did. And, Gilbert goes on and transfers out and goes to SMU, and he was good at SMU. He wasn't great. And believe it or not, he's still bouncing around the NFL.
Tripp says Kenny Trill, Texas A&M. I remember where I was, Kenny Hill.
That was my basement,
making
right?
his first start. I was in Lance's basement. First game ever on the SEC Network. We had a good crew there that night, too. I remember Dunaway was there. Rockstar might have been there. I don't know if you remember Rockstar. It was the first ever game, Thursday night, opener college football season, first ever game on the SEC Network. Lit atmosphere in South Carolina. I mean, the place was on fire for this game. Texas A&M having to replace Johnny Manziel. Everybody was like, I don't know who this Kenny Hill kid is, and he torched South Carolina.
I mean, there was not a drop-off at all from Johnny Manziel.
Actually, someone was like, man, it might have gotten better.
And that's when people started, man, this Kevin Sumlin guy can coach.
Yeah, I mean, he has not missed a beat. And that was the best game Kenny Hill ever played, nowhere close.
And then it quickly fell apart.
Yeah, and I don't even really know what happened to the guy, to be honest with you, Lance.
Yeah, I don't either.
With Kenny Hill. That is an excellent, excellent one. Kyle Frazier, Jacob says, at Auburn. A lot of Jeremy Johnson, unfortunately for Jeremy. Rock Thomas, Kerryon Johnson was really good in college. Oh, he's saying they were all Mr. Football. I'm sorry. I misread that one. I was about to say, you can't throw Kerryon Johnson, and that guy had a great one. Volfan 205, can we say Anthony Richardson? You're going to have to wait and see. I don't know.
I don't know if, I was thinking about this the other day. He's battling right now Gardner Minshew for the number 1 reps. I don't know if Anthony Richardson ends up, being the starting quarterback.
That's going to be highly disappointing. They drafted him 4th. You expect him to start right away. Yeah. Jacob Eason from Goose, number 1 quarterback, I believe, never could cut it. He did have the injury, he says, but from day one, I was never a believer in Jacob Eason.
Was it Riley Ridley, Calvin's little brother?
Yeah.
I was at that. It was the first Georgia game. Well, I shouldn't say that. It's the last Georgia game I've been to in Athens.
Yeah, against Tennessee?
Against Tennessee, but Jacob Eason, that final throw before Tennessee hit the Hail Mary, the throw to Ridley was just fantastic.
Yeah, it was legit, but he never turned into the guy you thought he was going to be.
Well, that's the same with Jake Fromm, man. I mean, Jake Fromm ends up having a bad second half against Alabama in the national championship game. If he doesn't have that bad second half, as good as Tua was, Georgia was going to win that game. But Fromm seemed like one of those guys that regressed as his career went on.
Brody says Blake Barnett, you just never got to see him really in college. He says he won the Elite 11 when Dilfer was running it. He finally got a decent stint at South Florida, but, I mean, at Alabama, you only got to see him basically 2 possessions, and that was over. As soon as Jalen Hurts came in, you knew the better quarterback. I mean, you get the deer in headlights, and I do remember watching that game. Alabama was shaky starting that game against Southern Cal. And I do remember there was a shot of Blake Barnett, like a close-up, and you could see in his helmet, and you were like, this kid's overwhelmed, man. You can just tell by looking at his face he's overwhelmed. And the minute you saw Jalen Hurts, it was over.
Oh, yeah.
There was no doubt who the better quarterback was, and they scalded USC that night. Do you remember the story? I bought a bed. I think it was a bed. We were doing middle of the day still. They intended to. I bought a bed. And the bed delivery guy was Jalen Hurts' uncle.
I don't remember.
You don't remember this story? So I buy a bed, and the guy's delivering the bed to my house, and he listens to our show. And he was like, hey, watch Jalen Hurts Saturday against USC. I mean, this is right before the game. I was like, are you serious? I was like, he's not going to start. He goes, you just watch when he gets in the game. He's going to play. And I was like, well, they're starting Barnett. He goes, I know. Jalen will be in the game you watch. And I laughed it off. I remember coming back. I said, I'm going to tell this story tomorrow. And he's like, you tell it. I'll stand by it. So I tell the story on the show, and I'm laughing at the guy. I'm like, this guy thinks this kid from, this freshman from Texas is going to start it because he's his uncle delivering a bed to my house. And, man, as soon as he got in the game, I was like, well, his uncle's on to something.
Yeah.
That guy could play.
I'll tell you another one, KJ Costello. When he transferred from Stanford, I was like, I think this guy will be pretty good in Mike Leach's system. LSU's coming off the national championship, an unbeatable 2019 team. Week 1 against Mississippi State.
Could not stop him.
He threw for over 500 yards, I think.
Could not stop him. And it was the story of college football because everybody's like, man, Mike Leach, they're going to be impossible to deal with. And was it the next Saturday or 2 Saturdays later they play Arkansas and Starkville and get completely shut down? Like they don't do anything.
Yep.
And that is the problem with that air raid is 1 week it's 550 and the next week they can't move it at all.
So what was Leach's first year? Was it 2020?
It was the COVID year.
Oh, yeah, it was 2020.
Right. Yeah.
So, yeah, let me tell you real quick.
I thought he had 600 pass yards. I could be wrong about that.
He had 623.
623 and like 5 or 6 touchdowns, wasn't it?
And then he went down the very next week to Arkansas to 313. The next week against Kentucky, they scored 2 points.
Yep.
And he had 232 yards.
That's the air raid.
And then Will Rogers took over.
That's the air raid for you, though. Yeah. You get that with the air raid. I mean, it's going to slay most people, but you're going to run into those defenses that it just does not work against.
623 yards.
You remember watching the game, right?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, they had no answer.
But I think they had a lot of sacks against him, too. Let me see real quick.
But, I mean, wasn't it like it wasn't like 35-0 at the half?
It was 17-14, Mississippi State at the half.
Oh, 35-0? No, right. It was 17-14.
So he went 36 of 60, 623, 5 touchdowns, 2 picks.
Yeah. Ryan Perilou, LSU, Rusty says he ended up having a really good career at Jacksonville State after he transferred, and then I think Perilou went to the CFL, if I remember correctly.
It's about right.
Yeah, I don't think he did much there. All right, so there you go. Good luck to Jaleel Billingsley. I hope he can get it together. The guy's got an immense amount of talent, but you just never got to see it quite focused the way it should have been. All right, when we return on the next round, Notre Dame is team 15 today. We'll talk a little bit more about the Irish when we come back. That is coming up next. It is the next round. Make sure you give us a thumbs up on YouTube. We appreciate you joining us today. More coming up after this.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousa.birmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousa.birmingham.com.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines. If you have water or fire damage to your home or business, DryTech is here to help. They work for the customer, not the insurance company. They respond quickly, within 20 minutes when you call 205-637-0143. They have 5 crews ready to go 24/7, built to go on the job when it happens. DryTech has 65-star Google reviews, so call DryTech, not the insurance company. Find more online at mydrytech.com. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Storm season is here. Make sure you have a plan of action in place right now. Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing should be your first call when storms hit. Insurance companies love working with Storm Restoration Roofing because of Greg Nelson's name and reputation in the industry. When storms hit, call Greg Nelson. He's local, 205-542-3531. He's the home of the free no-cost roof inspection. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, 205-542-3531. It's Storm Restoration Roofing.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
All right, we go to another hour of the next round. It is the Champies Hour. Champies World Famous Fried Chicken bringing you this hour. Great place to go to lunch. Great place to go to dinner. Get those chicken tenders, which are phenomenal. Rockstar is a chicken tender connoisseur. Rockstar.
They are great. They're thick and juicy.
They really are.
Dunaway says he's a two-breast man when he gets the chicken.
Yeah, Dunaway likes those two breasts. You can get those. You can get the chicken fingers. You get the po' boys, the Mississippi Delta recipe tamales, all of that right there. Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. Go ahead and start planning those tailgates coming up this fall, and you get that at Champy's Chicken, champy'schicken.com. All right, we go to the Champions Hour. As you see from the model, if you're watching us on video, Dunaway is out. He will be back with us tomorrow. You can buy what you see there. What would you call that? Some people call it's not really a rash guard. I mean,
it is a rash guard.
I guess so. Yeah. I don't know exactly what you call it though. If people don't know what a rash guard is. But it is seafoam green, and we also have it in light blue. You get the hat right there at nextround.store, nextround.store.
I mean, literally, people have been wearing those just around town.
Yeah, I like to. It's very comfortable. I wore it on an airplane.
But if you're going to be on the lake all day, the pool, I don't know about you, but that sun just wears me out. So you put on one of those rash guards, not nearly as bad.
You don't have to worry about it, so it takes care of the sun. So anyway, all of that right there, nextround.store, nextround.store. Milkman256 says, what about Brandon Miller last night? Hornets Blazers in the NBA Summer League. The Blazers did win the game, 97-93, but Brandon Miller, 8 of 15 from the field, 3 of 6 from beyond the arc, made all 7 of his free throws, scored 26. In a time where people were starting to question his performance in the Summer League. This was his best performance yet.
Yeah, look, and it was a great performance, and he's getting more and more comfortable. There are people out there that think Brandon Miller is too soft.
Right.
Whether or not that's the case, we'll see. But, Brandon Miller is a tremendous talent, and it obviously takes a little time to get adjusted. You saw Wembanyama from game 1 to game 2, much different. But
absolutely. Yeah.
I'm fascinated to see how these guys pan out. We were having a discussion the other day, and somebody was up here, and they were like, Wembanyama's just he doesn't have the physical strength the difference, because I brought up Kevin Garnett. Well, Kevin Garnett was really a shooter scorer. Wembanyama's going to have to be in the paint a lot. I think he's going to be successful if he can hold up physically. I mean, I don't know how he can absolutely do everything.
Yeah, I mean, he's a unicorn, 7'4", with his ability to play outside, inside, his handle. You're right, he does absolutely everything. But Brandon Miller, as it concerns him, his best night definitely of his short pro career so far. So hopefully he can build on that. Before we get back to Notre Dame, I want to do this. Rockstar, can you give me cut 2? Listen, the old commitment videos, right? The hats on the table. I'm going to select a hat. We had
the baby.
We have babies. We've had baby dogs. We've had puppies. We have things like this.
They're not going to feed somebody the sharks.
This kid, would you like that commitment video?
I mean, it would be more interesting.
This, I'm going to say, and for those of you audio only, you will hear the audio. You'll need to go back and see the video. This commitment video is, I think, the best I have seen. So I'm not even going to try the name, but this young man from down in Hawaii is down to Arizona State, Hawaii, Wisconsin, and Washington. And he is making his commitment courtesy of 24/7. So we pick it up with that set up on. And Scott, I think, agreed. What is the best commitment video I've seen to date? Here we go from 24/7 Sports.
Take it away, Anelu. Tell us where you're playing your college football.
First, I want to say thank you to God just for blessing me with this opportunity and giving me the gift to play football. I want to say happy 40th birthday to my mom. Thank you for everything. I want to say thank you to my dad for just bringing me this far and just making me the man who I am today. That being said, hold on 1 second. Give me the hat, buddy.
No to Washington, no to Arizona State. Little freeze. The Hawaii guy gets plowed.
Boy,
he picks Wisconsin.
Has he visited Wisconsin in the winter?
I mean, it is.
And look at where he is right now.
I know. I am all about the commitment video, but I mean, two of those, Washington and Wisconsin, were not going to be anything like he's used to.
I thought he was going to Hawaii. I really did.
I would have guessed. I knew where he ended up picking. Boy, the Hawaii guy, Rockstar.
Was that the old man that formed him?
I don't know who formed him up, but Rockstar has dialed it back. Let's watch that again, Rockstar. The poor Hawaii kid gets absolutely plowed. I mean, it's not even targeting. I think that's a legit hit.
No, it is. I think that was his dad.
It may have been, but the Hawaii kid gets absolutely plowed, and we go Wisconsin.
A lot of tiger sharks in that water, by the way.
The number 21 edge and edge rusher in 24/7. So are you just saying that, or do you think there really were a lot of tiger sharks?
Oh, no, there's a lot of tiger sharks in the Hawaiian waters.
If one of the kids gets eaten by a shark, do you think that's a bad recruitment for Wisconsin?
I think it's a totally different level recruitment video.
Yeah. Yeah, it does change things a little bit, doesn't it?
Well, that was a different level.
No, but I think if somebody
that.
does get eaten, it might change his commitment. Like, hey, look, family's a little less now. They're broken up. I probably need to be closer to home.
Yeah.
So I think they probably pull out of Wisconsin and he goes Hawaii if one of those dudes gets eaten.
I give the kid credit for originality. I mean, it's hard to be original in commitment videos now because so many have been done and everybody has tried, to stand out. So it is a little bit hard to do that, but I will give the kid credit. He was original in his video.
It was very original.
Yeah, I like that one. It's one of my favorites of all time. By the way, congrats to friend of the show. Emmy nominees announced today. Old friend of the show who has ghosted Rockstar since. Alan Ruck nominated for an Emmy for Outstanding Supporting Actor in a Drama Series.
He was incredible.
I don't know.
Here's what I'm interested in. Kieran Culkin, is he nominated for lead or is it going to be supporting?
I don't know. This is Emmy now. Which I guess that's the only thing this can win. It wouldn't be up in the Golden Globes, would it? Do they do series in the TV in the Golden Globes?
Yeah.
Do they? Okay.
Yeah,
So it's not
that's
just
the cool
films.
thing about the Golden Globes is it's
it does
the
both?
combination.
Okay.
Yeah, but you don't have the other nominations?
Oh, no. Okay. I just saw that. I just saw that he was Emmy nominated.
Yeah, because I think Kieran Culkin might win.
Yeah. Our UCA team of the day, team number 15 in our 40 and 40 is Notre Dame, the Fighting Irish. Scott has an old school. They were making fun of Scott's schedule page that he pulled up earlier for Notre Dame, but I wanted to go back to it because it looks the one Scott used looks very cartoonish, they said. Looks like Shrek.
Oh, it does.
This is from Notre Dame, by the way.
Oh, I know.
Yeah.
I'm not blaming Scott.
No. We know it's not Scott's fault.
Hate that font, too. Hate it.
What do you hate about a font?
No, there's too much going on with the...
Yeah, there's a lot going on in that schedule, yeah. It's
very dark, too.
Yeah, it is a little bit dark. I don't disagree with you. But I do want to go back to Notre Dame's schedule for a little bit because Pete Sampson, our guest earlier who covers Notre Dame for The Athletic, brought up a couple points that I just wanted to hit on their schedule since they are our team today. Two things. Number one, he said the opponents that they drew from the ACC are probably ascending this year. So I wanted to go back and start on that for 1 second. NC State, would you say NC State ascending or descending as a college football team right now?
Well, I had a huge expectation last year. If Devin Leary doesn't get hurt, maybe things are different.
But Devin Leary's now in Kentucky, yeah.
They only win 8 games. I think they're going to be about the same.
About the same. Duke, you would have to say definitely ascending under Mike Elko.
Again, I don't know
if they can back it up.
Yeah, I don't know if they can match 9 wins.
Louisville, I think they upgraded at coach. I thought it was a weird move for Scott Satterfield to go from Louisville to Cincinnati. I thought that was a bad move for Cincinnati. I'm not a huge Satterfield guy. I think they upgraded at coach and Jeff Brom, and I think they're set to have a surprising season, Louisville, primarily because of their schedule.
Everybody talks about the schedule. We'll see. I don't know. I expected more out of Satterfield.
Yeah, I was not a big Satterfield guy.
Because, when he took over, everybody talked about, man, this culture is awful.
Pitt. Would you call them an ascending program or a descending program?
Well, they're one of the few programs that's won 30-plus games and a conference championship in the last 3 years.
You would say descending because they went for the conference championship game to not in it, but I think if you step back and look overall, it's on an ascension a little bit. I think Narduzzi's got to head in the right direction.
Kenny Pickett was a Heisman finalist. They won a conference championship just 2 years ago. They weren't bad last year. They were an 8-win team. They lost their 2 best players.
Yeah. Clemson. I mean, people will say descending because they maybe have taken a little bit of step back, but they've hired the hottest offensive coordinator name in America. I mean, this program is not far off. I'm not going to act like they have fallen in an abyss.
Yeah,
it's hard to say ascending.
I can't say ascending, though.
Yeah, but to be fair, they had gotten to a point where they couldn't ascend. It was only Alabama's in the same situation. Georgia is too. You can only step backwards.
That's fair, but when I think about Clemson, I only think anything less than a college football playoff is a disappointment.
I agree completely.
And look, I know they weren't there last year. Maybe they're saying they're ascending that way this year.
Wake. I would say Wake's probably an ascending program. Now, their quarterback is about to be starting for Notre Dame, and that's their problem.
Yeah, but again, let's just look at the quarterbacks that have had success under Dave Clawson. Almost everyone there.
Yeah. And NH3425 is in my head right now because I wanted to bring up where are the trap games for Notre Dame, and there are a couple that I see, okay? Here are classic trap games for Notre Dame. The first one is Duke. Why? Because Notre Dame plays Ohio State in Notre Dame Stadium, primetime NBC, Saturday, September 23rd. Win or lose, next week you're on the road at Duke, sleepy atmosphere, good enough team to beat you. That's a classic trap game right there.
It is a classic trap game. And again, Duke's quarterback, Riley Leonard, is one of the best quarterbacks nobody's seen in college football. Duke's got a pretty good home schedule. You got Clemson and Notre Dame at home.
That's right. They open the season with Clemson at home, and they host Notre Dame. You're right.
So I think Notre Dame, I'm not going to be surprised at all if Notre Dame starts the season at if they were, hell, they could lose to Duke and Louisville and then USC. This could be a disastrous year.
Could be. And NH3425 says he thinks Pitt is the trap game. I was going to make a case for Duke. He thinks it's Pitt. The thing that helps is there's a bye week, but it does fall between USC and Clemson. But there is a bye week. Which
if there wasn't a bye week, that is
no
the
doubt.
ultimate trap spot when you're between your biggest rival in USC and then going to Clemson.
Yeah. But even it being the week before Clemson, that is a tough spot to catch Pitt at home. I think your classic trap game for them, though, is at Duke, right after Ohio State, because you could see either scenario. They beat Ohio State, which would be a pretty big upset, getting them back down for that, or you play a tight game to Ohio State and lose, and it's the old adage of Ohio State beat us twice because we weren't ready for Duke.
Yeah,
I could see a couple scenarios where that Duke game gets tricky for Notre Dame.
Yeah, Louisville could be. Realistically, you make an argument for 3 trap games here.
Well, yeah.
Because, if you survive Duke, then you've got Louisville right before USC.
Yep. And that was the other thing Pete talked about was the middle of that schedule, how tough it is. And he's right, man. You start with Ohio State at Duke, at Louisville, host USC, bye week, host Pitt, at Clemson. That is a tough stretch of schedule for them. That you can easily lose every single one of those games.
Well, that's why I think they find a way to go 3-3 just because of quarterback play.
Right. So you got them winning Duke, Louisville, Pitt in that stretch.
Yeah, I've got Notre Dame at 9-3.
So there are 3 losses for you: Clemson, USC, and
Ohio State.
And Ohio State. Yeah, I think that's probably right.
But Pete said that Notre Dame fans are going to be disappointed with less than 10 wins. And you
Yeah.
look at the schedule, I don't know if it's realistic.
Yeah, I mean, I would say get ready to be disappointed, right? Because I'm with you. I think 9-3. I think we got them about right at number 15. I think our 67 voters pretty much nailed this one. Our buddy Greg from Pell City, listen, some storms have come through recently. Perhaps you have some storm damage. You may not know it. Greg will be happy to get up on that roof and let you know if you've got storm damage. But if you just need a new roof, it doesn't have to be damaged. Roofs, they get old, they wear out. You don't want them to fall into disrepair. Let Greg come out and take a look. He'll be happy to do that for you. Here is his phone number. I'm giving you a cell phone, 205-542-3531. That's 205-542-3531. That's the man's cell phone number. Call Greg, get him out to take a look, and he will treat you right. We've had several people that say, hey, listen, I thought I needed a new roof. I love your show. I love Greg from Pell City. We called him out. He said, I've still got some years left on this thing. I'll remember him when it's time, but he didn't force me to do it right now. That's the type of guy you're getting with Greg. He'll take a look at that roof, tell you what you need. 205-542-3531. That is 205-542-3531. Greg from Pell City on Facebook, by the way, is where you get him. NH3425 says, I think Notre Dame goes 2-2. Wins against Central Michigan and Tennessee State to start. Boy, that is a devastating start if they start 2-2. Devastating.
Yeah, would agree.
I mean, if they lose to Navy, I just don't see that one, Lance.
No.
In Dublin.
No,
they're not going to lose to Navy's going to take a big step back. But at NC State is a tough football game for them. That's a tough game for Notre Dame.
No, I would agree.
I'll stand by that one.
And again, Brennan Armstrong coming over, you lose Devin Leary, but if Brennan Armstrong can recapture and replicate what he was able to do in 2021, he was one of the better quarterbacks in college football.
Yeah, absolutely. So anyway, that's a look at Notre Dame. Our 40-40 team will unveil team number 14 tomorrow. The only hint I've given you from a question earlier, it ain't Tennessee. You'll have to find out who it is on the show tomorrow. Buster Olney with us as well when we return. Rockstar is going to hit that big button. We're going to have a little fun with trash. That is next on the next round.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Are you faced with unexpected medical expenses? You want to update your backyard? Or you just want that dream vacation? Ryan Brown here from the next round. Legacy Credit Union can help with lifestyle loans. Legacy Lifestyle Loans do not require collateral, and they have affordable low rates. See more about Legacy Lifestyle Loans online at legacycreditunion.com or simply stop by one of the 9 branches in the greater Birmingham area. Legacy, the official credit union of UAB. MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville. Also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Summer is here. School is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymackhomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymackhomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
Remember the name Way to Wellness if you're battling weight loss in your life. I'm Jim Dunaway from The Next Round. There was a time I was over 216 pounds until Way to Wellness helped me lose 45 pounds, and now for over 2 years, they've helped me keep that weight off. Here's their website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. That's a great name for a website because there's no cookie-cutter plan. Everything is designed specifically for you. No contract, no sign-up fees, and your first consultation is free at Way to Wellness.
This hour of The Next Round presented by Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken. I am going to use a Dunaway segue here in a moment as it relates to Champy's. You learn from the best, Rockstar, when you work with Dunaway.
By the way, Kieran Culkin nominated for lead.
Okay. That's the Emmy nomination discussion from earlier. So he's best lead actor?
Yeah,
Okay.
You brought it up.
Well, I did.
It's very Dunaway condescending laugh there.
A good 15 minutes ago, I brought it up.
No. I think it was like 5 minutes ago.
As last segment, yeah. A little bit out of context there. But Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken
Don't want to step on your show.
Yeah,
man.
please don't step on my show. Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken is bringing you this hour the great po' boys, the Mississippi Delta tamales, the great sides, great desserts, Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, champy'schicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Now, here's the Dunaway segue. Sterling would never screw up food as bad as Lincoln Riley apparently does. Lincoln Riley he's tweeted about food by my count twice. He did it again last night. Scott, let's start with the first one. This was from Easter 2 years ago.
Do you follow Lincoln Riley?
I do not. This was from Easter 2 years ago when he tweeted, Happy Easter, and showed a brisket. And it looks like the driest brisket I've ever seen in my life. Like, my mouth gets that dry mouth feeling just looking at it. I mean, it looks bone dry. There's no juice in it at all. Now, I don't know, Lance, if you're a big brisket guy.
I like brisket. I'm going to assume, though, that Lincoln Riley doesn't do his own brisket.
I don't know. Now, he presented this as if he did. Now, this second photo is not presented as if Lincoln Riley did it. It was somebody else, one of his assistant coaches. They did tuna, and he sends out his tuna photo last night. That's going to be hard for you to see from a distance, Lance, so I'm going to pull it up here on my computer and let you look. I don't know how you eat your tuna, but that's some bad-looking tuna to me.
I don't think it looks that bad.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, the presentation's not great. It's sloppy, like all of the...
like it looks like it goes from the driest tuna in the world to raw tuna to sushi, like in one piece. Like I've either got dry or sushi.
Yeah, so like the crusting, the seasoning on there, the sesame seeds, I should say.
Right.
Those are kind of all over the place. But as far as that temp, I mean, I kind of like my tuna that temp.
Yeah, but God, it looks so dry on the outside, though. Like, when you get it that way, it's not really dry and then raw, is it?
You're talking about the ring around it?
Yes.
Yeah.
God, it looks dry.
Yeah.
That's the way you like it, huh?
Yeah, that looks good to me. I mean, again, a little messy with the presentation.
Yeah. Chris says that's the way grilled tuna is supposed to be. Nick says that tuna looks overdone. Maverick Hammerfist goes back to the brisket, says he's cut it all wrong. Chris says that looks like really good seared tuna.
I agree. I mean, that's the way I like mine.
That looks so dry.
Do you ever eat tuna?
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I don't eat it a ton. I don't hate it.
I mean, it's
don't
really
love
the
it.
only,
I'm kind of in between, but that's dry tuna.
The only fish I'm really a fan of is tuna.
Yeah, no, I like fish, and I eat all kinds of it, but that one looks dry right there. Until you get to the middle, which looks completely undone, which is fine if that's the way you want it.
I will tell you, I eat so much tuna. I actually went away from it last night. I was at Taco Mama again. And I went away from the tuna because I do the bowls there, and I got the cube burrito in a bowl.
I love that cube burrito. Oh, in a bowl? I've never done that.
Yeah, and then I added pickled jalapenos to it.
Oh,
that was great.
You may have just tipped me off on something.
Yeah, but normally I get the tuna bowl, but I've started to eat so much tuna, and when I say so much, 3 or 4 times a week, I'm worried about mercury poisoning.
Pregnant?
Got our boy Jeremy Pivot. No, if you eat enough tuna, I mean... You could actually get it. I don't know if that's enough or not.
What, 3 times a week? I'm going to say you're in the ballpark at 3 times a week. I don't know how much you'd have to eat to get mercury poisoning.
I'm sure one of our listeners or viewers knows.
Somebody says it's good. It's just sliced too thick.
It is sliced thick.
I will say this, and this is a self-own, because I was just criticizing Lincoln Riley and his grilling. I've learned this: when you share food online, nobody's going to be 100%. Like if you share online, Instagram, Twitter, wherever you want to share, Facebook, photos of food you have grilled or have eaten, it is going to fall most of the time close to 50-50.
Yeah, you're
People
probably
that are going to
right.
critical or praise.
But Charlesa and Laura almost always spot on. Charlesa says ahi tuna, perfect. Laura says love ahi tuna, just bad presentation. I agree with that.
Yeah, the presentation ain't great. It just looks so dry to me on the outsides. But that brisket was 100% dry. I can promise you that. All right, it is time for Rockstar to hit that big button, and let's get to trash, Rockstar.
I bought 6 Busch Light, 6 Bud Light, and I love them, tall boys. Well, come on, man. 2 drinks a week. What's that going to do for you? I mean, that doesn't even get you through a day. A reasonable amount. If you're at home, you should be able to have like 4 beer. That's just 2 more. I mean, I'll have 6.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, let the experts at Mortgage Right help get your financial house in order. Their team of experts can make sure you're prepared for anything this year may bring, including freeing up cash for the things you need to get done. With locations in Birmingham and Leeds, Mortgage Right offers a variety of loan products, fast and free pre-approvals, reliable hands assistance that will help you take advantage of all available home buying and refinance options. With Mortgage Right, no middleman. You can trust that your files will never leave their office. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right. Their locations Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply. MortgageRight.com/TNR or call 205-815-9200. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. We start first. Police swooping on a home following reports of a screaming woman, only to find out it was the owner's loud parrot making the noise.
Oh, the old parrot. That's not where I thought this story was going.
One of my best friends growing up, his sister had a parrot, and it was one of those big-ass parrots, and it made so much noise. And I don't know. I've never really understood the bird as a pet.
Yeah, it's sad to see them in the cage all day. They just scream and scream and scream. Like, what, are you going to put them on your shoulder while you're cooking dinner, and that's it, and they poop on you, and then you put it back and turn it to nighttime by putting a blanket over their cage.
You know,
miserable existence. Creasy Bear let his go, though.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I would just think like most animals, like, you know, I guess they become domesticated. Birds can as well, right? Like if a dog wasn't born domesticated. They have to domesticate dogs.
Right, but dogs still get to do a lot of dog stuff.
That's what I'm saying, but birds don't get to fly.
Yeah.
Because if I let the bird out to fly for exercise, you know what I never see again?
No, but I gave him that little stick for him to walk on, and I gave him a little corn cob to nibble on.
Yeah, that's why the bird is an interesting pet to me, because like I can take the dog to the park, let him run. The fish gets to swim around in an aquarium. The bird sits in a cage. Like birds are made to fly, you would think.
Okay, so this could be a poll question. Would you rather date a bird lady, a cat lady, or a snake lady?
All right, Taylor.
So, like, let's just say the girl has one snake. She's got that aquarium.
Not in her head. These are actual pet snakes.
Yeah, but probably in the head too.
Lance.
Girl that has multiple birds, or girl that has 3 or more cats.
All right, there you go, Taylor. Craft that one into a Bud Light poll question. Would you rather date a female that has pet snake, pet bird, pet cat?
I think I might go bird. The snake scares me to death.
Snake scare, especially a female. That's more of a male pet.
Yeah. Any chick that's got a snake is extremely.
She has a past.
Yeah, you don't want to get into her numbers.
Yeah, no. I don't want to know where the snake came from.
Now the problem with a bird is they can shit in the house and they're loud.
Well, I mean, a dog can do that.
And then the cats, they just have a smell. If you've got 3 or more, they've just got a smell.
It's that cat urine is probably one of the worst smells of all time.
I'm not a big cat fan personally.
So anyway, 3 police cars were dispatched to this property over in Essex, across the pond, before officers realized sounds were coming from a yellow-naped Amazon parrot named Freddie. I wonder if it was after Mercury. Essex police said they had been alerted to a possible incident, 1:50 p.m. on Tuesday, involving a woman shouting for help by a, quote, concerned neighbor. Pet owner Steve Wood, 54, said he was stunned when they knocked at his door, added he felt a wave of panic. The bird keeper, a retired policeman, assured officers that the noises were coming from his 3-year-old pet. Wood, who keeps 22 parrots, recorded a video of the aftermath saying, quote, I might be in a bit of trouble because a concerned neighbor has been passing by telling me there is screaming coming from my house. If you were a serial killer, if you had a couple of birds, it would be an excuse if somebody showed up at your house, right?
Yeah, that's one way you could do it. That's one way you could do it.
Ignore the bodies. It's just my birds.
Yeah, you're
Like,
just
I
the birds.
don't know. Another thing nominated for best short series was the Dahmer story. I don't know if you ever saw it.
Yeah, I did not.
You're gonna be
It
shocked.
seems
Really
pretty-
dark.
It's really dark. Somebody get decapitated.
But the where they first started to believe that something was going on was his neighbor continued to smell this stench. But if he if he would have had 3 cats, he could have gotten away with the stench.
Oh, you're not smelling bodies decomposing. It's just my cats.
Yeah, it's a different smell.
Oh, okay, sir. We're sorry we bothered you, Mr. Dahmer.
Nick, I did say 22 birds. Boy, that's a
Oh,
mess.
she's got 22 birds. Yeah,
No, yeah. This dude did the retired police.
That's a lot.
Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department police report recounts an incident that started with a fight at one Las Vegas strip casino and ended at a different casino with a man standing atop a card table, wholly nude and exposing himself to onlookers.
So is that frowned upon?
He looks familiar.
Oh, he does.
You know, he looks like the who was the kid in Into the Wild?
Emil Hirsch.
Yeah, Emil Hirsch. Little Emil Hirsch. Approximately 11:22 p.m. on Sunday, officers from the Las Vegas Police Department received a report of a fight near the Bird Bar. This is timely. At the Flamingo Las Vegas Hotel and Casino. When police arrived, they said the fight had ended and only one person remained at the scene. Witnesses told investigators that a man had been attacked by a person later identified as Brian Danzlick. Video from the scene showed Danzlick engaging in an unprovoked attack and on top of another person who had only one leg. Now, according to the police report, after being pulled off the person, Danzlick ran to the Link Hotel. Security officers at the Link Hotel told police they had seen Danzlick remove his clothing. Security officers tried to detain him, but he ran away through the casino, yelling and fully unclothed. I've seen some crazy things in Vegas. I've never seen anything like this.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard for something to be so crazy in Vegas that you say it's crazy in Vegas. I mean, there's a lot of crazy stuff out there. I mean, it's like
I've never pulled my phone out to like record anything going on in public.
I haven't.
Yeah, but if like somebody was running through a casino naked and there was that might be one of those where I'm like, damn.
Like I was just in my kitchen last night and I got a news alert on my phone that says scantily clad women participate in brawl in Las Vegas hotel.
I saw that.
And that's the headline. And I'm like, listen, it said Las Vegas. Now, if this said most any other city, I'm not even really clicking. But I'm like, if it's crazy enough in Vegas for it to be a news headline, I'm going to watch the fight. Did you watch the fight?
I only got to see some still shots of the fight.
I saw a video of the fight.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a great fight, but A, they were scantily clad, and B, I would call it a brawl.
Well, according to security, they took him into custody, and they said he was in a, quote, altered mental state.
Yeah, it tends to happen.
And he said once he became more lucid, did not remember the incident at all.
Now, why am I here again?
Yeah.
First thing I do when you're being chased by the cops on foot, shed your clothes. They will not recognize a naked man.
Hey, but yeah, the other thing about Vegas too is everything's going to be caught on video. Video cameras are everywhere in Vegas. Every casino's got one. A million of them.
Cannot hide. Hotel.com has done an inaugural room service report revealing some of the most unusual requests from guests. As shared by hotel staff members, the booking platform conducted a survey amongst 473 hotels in 10 countries in April. Here are the top 10 oddest requests. Number 1, diet water.
I don't like my water to have a lot of calories. I don't know about you.
Less bubbles.
Yeah.
Number 2, melted ice cream.
Milk.
That is milk. It's flavored milk, but it is milk nonetheless.
Or just cream, yeah. Number 3, a blowfish.
We can give you Hootie. That's about it.
Name one other one.
Yeah.
I
don't know. Tommy.
Can you name anybody else? Like there was a long-haired, skinny white dude, long blonde-haired, skinny white dude.
Name one person from Maroon 5, not Adam Levine.
Right. I mean, Prince and the Revolution, the chicks, but outside
The
of
chicks. Yeah, it's true.
Number 3 is a blowfish. Speaking of weird pets, my youngest brother Cameron has got a blowfish.
One of the less surprising things you've told me today.
That's one of the.
You think that's an impulse purchase?
No, he's got like a really cool aquarium, saltwater tank, but he has to get it cleaned.
Easy to maintain too.
Yeah,
Like he's got a guy that comes and cleans it. I don't know what he spends on it, but it looks awesome. But dealing with that pain in the ass.
Does the blowfish know he has a Tesla?
I don't know. I'm sure he's told him. I'm
Yeah,
sure
tell
they've
him.
talked about it. Number 4 on the list is boiled bottled water.
So
you might be
boiled bottle. So
might
they
be
boil
delivering a baby in the room, right?
Could be,
boil it and put it back in the bottle, or boil it while it's in the bottle.
Again, these are the 10 most unusual room service requests hotels have received through hotel.com. Number 5, a cooked fish that the guests brought with them.
That's got to smell good in a hotel.
So is it they bring the raw fish and ask the
will
hotel to
you
cook it?
cook this for me? Okay, that makes more sense, yeah.
Number 6, cockle popcorn. What is cockle popcorn?
I'm looking at.
Is that like poppycock?
No, it's like cockle pop. It looks like fish. I'll
you know what I used to eat the heck out of in high school was Crunch and Munch. Did you like Crunch and Munch?
I like Crunch and Munch. I like Cracker Jack back in the day before we had all these different varieties.
Yeah, I never was a big Cracker Jack guy. Crunch and Munch far superior. I used to love me some Crunch and Munch.
No, Crunch and Munch, it was just lighter.
Yeah, I know.
Sweeter.
I know Rocky was a big poppycock guy, but I was more team Crunch and Munch on that one. Rocky, what the crap is that?
That's shellfish.
Oh.
Gross.
Cockle popcorn is shellfish?
It almost looks like a combination of calamari, fried green tomatoes, and weed.
You know,
Like
calamari.
buds.
Calamari was one of those things I didn't have until adult life, but I really like calamari.
I like calamari too.
Yeah. It's all about the batter.
It's the batter. It is chewy. I'm sure Rockstar would probably throw up.
Absolutely not.
Bad texture for you, Rocky, but it's good. I like it.
Again, top 10 most unusual room service request. Number 7, no egg white omelet. Number 8, a rice bowl for a dog. Number 9, bison. I don't know. Is that really a weird request?
I've had bison.
I mean, if
Y'all
you
have
want,
bison?
if you want the animal, bison burger. I mean, that's.
Did you ever go to Ted's restaurant, Ted Turner's restaurant,
I did.
when it was in town?
Yeah.
Just to try some of those random.
I tell you where I got my best bison burger, and I was in Park City with our boy Fitzsimmons.
Yep.
And we went to a random bar there, and they had an incredible bison burger.
I've had elk. Elk is good.
I haven't had elk. I heard elk's a little on the gamey side.
Well, I think I had the filet, like the neck strap.
Yeah.
The filet, which is supposed to be the best
I've
part
had
of it.
antelope.
I don't know if I've had antelope.
Number 10 is eggless eggs in hell.
That's right. Yes. That's why I always like to get that at random hotels.
Looking beyond strange requests, report finds that burgers are the most popular room service order. That's not shocking. I would say that or the club sandwich, right?
Well, I don't.
Or a pizza.
When's the last time you did room service, though?
I used to do it all of the time when we would go to Atlanta.
Can't hide it.
No,
room service is expensive. You got to admit that.
No, it is. But I mean, if you're hungover and you don't have anything to do till 3 or 4 in the afternoon, and you're sitting there Saturday morning, you can't beat room service.
Can you not do DoorDash cheaper now than you could do room service? Like at a local restaurant in the
I don't know,
hotel?
but I was blown away. I don't know if it was Uber Eats or DoorDash that brought Kelsey her lunch yesterday.
Yes, from
Woodlawn.
Yeah, it's a haul.
Lance pretty big.
No, they showed up and they brought it. And Lance is like, that place delivers? And they're like, well, no, it's DoorDash. But one of our neighbors here on our hall gets DoorDash, I think, every morning. And it's always a different breakfast place. Like, I'll go to the bathroom and I'll see the guy delivering it or the girl delivering it. And like one day it's McDonald's breakfast. And then the other day it was Cracker Barrel. I mean, it is just the most random breakfast.
What do we got from Cracker Barrel?
I think they've done Waffle House. And I'll see the guy, he'll put it down at the door and take a picture and walk away.
Machine Gun Kelly, back in the news. Machine Gun Kelly found himself in an unusual situation during his performance at a festival in Belgium over the weekend when he saw a fan holding up a sign that read, quote, "I just came from Mexico for you to punch me."
All right.
That's when Machine Gun Kelly walked up to him and said, well, why do you want me to punch you in the face so bad? The fan is then heard saying, "I love you," before Machine Gun Kelly says, "I got rings on, dude. That shit's going to hurt. I don't know. It's a lose-lose for me. I don't know if I'm going to do it. I'll consider it." Now, eventually, 33-year-old star came around, and before heading off stage after his performance of My Ex's Best Friend, Machine Gun Kelly walked up to the fan who was holding the sign in the front row and punched him in the cheek.
Rockstar, in this particular photo, Machine Gun Kelly is not wearing a shirt. Those are all body tattoos, right?
What's great to me
He
is
does not wear shirts.
At all.
There's good tattoos and there's bad tattoos. Then there's great tattoos. I think he falls into the great tattoo. That's a great look.
You like that, huh?
Yeah, and the
so
hair.
he had his stomach tattooed pink, and he's got an anarchy sign right above his belly button.
Well, it could be sunburn there. I want to know what's above the anarchy sign. Is that like a wolf? Like it started out as something?
Tyler was in on this.
Tyler knows.
We darkened it in.
Well, we got Tyler. Tyler's a big Machine Gun Kelly guy.
So it's a brick wall on his stomach with the Anarchy sign, and next to it he's got a character from a Banksy painting. It's the homeless guy holding a sign that says, keep your coins, I want change.
Keep your coins, I want change. That's a social movement.
Okay,
right
again,
there.
what is above, though, Tyler?
Above the brick wall?
Yeah.
I know he's got locals only tattooed on his stomach.
Yeah.
I think he's got a guardian angel on there now, but he might have gotten it covered up recently.
I'll tell you what's kind of disturbing is how many dudes are right there on top of it.
They're all very happy, too, in videoing.
Yeah, I mean, I would have thought that his demographic, I could be completely wrong. I mean, he dated Megan Fox, right?
I think
married to her.
he's still with her.
Oh, there's the tattoo. Boy, that is a mess.
Well, that's a lot right there. Yeah. That's a old brick wall in the stomach. You don't see that one every day.
Oh, it's spider webs and
a crow.
Yeah.
Yeah, man, that's busy.
It
Really
is
busy.
It looks like his stomach looks like the inside of Lincoln Riley's tuna.
Final story.
What a weird sentence that was, Rexter.
Our friend Travis Grappo likes to do these long endurance runs.
Boy, he does, man. He does some crazy ones.
This is next level. Australia's Phil Gore recently set a new world record at the 2023 Dead Cow Gully Backyard Masters Ultra Marathon. It's quite the T-shirt.
Great T-shirt.
Yeah, did you run in that this year?
It's Michael Scott.
He ran a whopping 425 miles in 4 days. Now, the Dead Cow Gully Backyard Masters is billed as a race with no finish line by its organizers.
That's a fun set of race.
That makes sense because format requires runners to complete a loop of 4.1 miles every hour. The race continues until only one runner remains.
So it's basically a race till you die.
This year's event was held on a farm in Nanango, 112 miles northwest of Brisbane. The endurance race began at 7 a.m. on Saturday, June 17th, ended 4.5 days later, where there was only one person still running, Australian Phil Gore, after running a 6.7 kilometer lap and no less than 102 times, he was finally declared the winner. Runner-up Sam Harvey from New Zealand managed to tie the previous world record with 101 laps, and Harvey Lewis of the U.S. came in third with 90 laps. Now, here's what was really interesting about this. Not only are these guys crazy, insane for doing this.
Absolutely.
The temperatures throughout the 4.5 days fluctuated between 28 degrees during the night to 71 degrees during sunny days.
I mean, even 71, I mean, you're just comfortable right there. You're not hot, you're comfortable, but boy, you get flat cold at night.
Oh.
That is trash, presented by
our friends at Mortgage Right. Again, if you're in the housing market, these are the guys. They're the experts that we've been partners with for a long, long time. Best in the business. Again, Mortgage Right. Take control today. Visit Mortgage Right at their location, Highway 280 in Birmingham, Parkway Drive in Leeds. You can apply online, mortgageright.com/TNR, or call 205-815-9200, NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
ESPN NFL analyst and analyst on this show, Dan Orlovsky. Ask a question I think we can all relate to from our childhood and maybe even our adulthood, but I don't know the answer. Well, I know my answer. I don't know if there is an answer. We'll discuss it next.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
For 50 years, our friends at Wayne's have been doing things around your house that you don't have time to do. Warm weather is coming. You want that lawn looking great. You want mosquitoes not around. Our friends at Wayne's, they can help you out. Right now, they will do $50 off for each of those services to continue to celebrate their 50th anniversary. Again, our friends at Wayne's, they take care of all of us here on the next round. You don't want those mosquitoes. You want the lawn looking great. Call them today, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Hey, coffee lovers, the Next Round blend is available right now. Our specialty coffee roasted on demand with 100% Arabica beans, available in light, medium, and dark roast. Order today at nextround.store, nextround.store.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters and a game and a tie. The type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
It's the spring sales event at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham. Now you can get $10,000 off, plus rates as low as 4.7% on new 2022 Alfa Romeo Stelvios and new 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulias. Come see the team at Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, exit 27 just off I-459 on Grants Mill Road, or visit them online at alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com. Hurry down before they're all gone. All incentives applied, in stock units only with approved credit. alfaromeousaofbirmingham.com.
All right, I'm about to ask that Dan Orlovsky question. I think at some point we all debated this in our head as a kid. I did not know as an adult it was still a thing, but we'll get to it in just a moment. As we return, you've heard Lance and I talk about A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling. That is who redid our master baths at Lance's house, at my house. They're going to do Lance's kitchen as well. And that's what they do. That's what my man Brad Bell does. The master bath and the kitchen. And again, if you're buying a home, chances are you probably looked at those two things first. If you're selling a home, it's where you're going to get your money back when you do renos like we did in our houses. You're looking at my before and after if you're watching us on video, and you can go find us on video and see these. It's not a terrible bathroom. It's just not what we wanted. We bought the house with it that way, and we decided we were going to fix it. We kicked the can down the road. Jennifer finally went online. My wife went online, scoured the internet, found the best person for the job. It was Brad Bell. He came out and did amazing work. Our bathroom is phenomenal. Lance, I know you love yours as well.
Oh, yeah. I think we got before and after of mine.
There you go. Look at that.
Mine was dark. It was dank. Now it's wide open.
Yep.
Again, you wanted to darken yours a little bit.
That's what's so funny about it is mine was really, really bright. I wanted it to go a little bit darker. Lance was a little darker. He wanted to go brighter. But that's what Brad does. He comes in and says, what do you want? And we painted what we wanted. He came up with a plan for both of us. An amazing work out of Brad Bell. Here is his number anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. He can work with you anywhere in Alabama, coast to coast, 205-422-1758. Brad Bell, A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling. That is A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758. Dan Orlovsky is a college and NFL analyst for ESPN, if you don't know. Friend of the show, was on with us regularly during the NFL season last year. Ask a question that he has since taken down on Twitter. The reason he took it down is he said his wife had such a bad reaction to it because she thought it made him look like basically a bum. So he just took it down off Twitter. But, of course, Twitter lives forever, and there are screenshots. This is the question. What is the acceptable amount of days to go without showering in the summer as long as you go in the pool? He says at least 2 to 3 days.
I say 0.
I agree 100%.
Now, I'm a weirdo. We'll be going out to the pool on a Saturday morning, and I'll take a shower before I go to the pool.
That I don't understand.
I know, and most people don't. I like to, showering early is one of the first things I like to do.
I'm with Lance. Rockstar, I know it sounds weird to you, but if I'm on vacation, now I don't have a pool at my house. You've got one at your house. So I don't know if you follow this rule at your house.
I do. Yeah.
Say if you're going to go lay down at the beach or read at the beach, you're going to take a shower before you go.
I do
every time. And
Absolutely.
I'm one of the few. Like when I go to the beach with whoever it is, whether it's family or friends, almost everyone just gets ready and goes straight down. I've got to take a shower before I go down.
When I was growing up, Rockstar, one neighborhood over, my good friend Jonathan Borden, overpronouncing his last name, lived in the neighborhood, one neighborhood over, and his dad ran the water department over in Anniston. So he was a water expert, right? We would go swim in his house, and the house rules at Jonathan's house were if you swim, you didn't have to take a shower. There was chlorine. His dad maintained there was chlorine in the blood. I would go tell my parents that. My parents would be like, that may be how the Bordens live. It's not how we live.
A couple of things. First of all, chlorine is not good for the hair. You're going to smell like chlorine. Even if you have a salt pool, which I did, mine is transitioned to chlorine. Now we're about to transition it back to salt. It's a long story. But
how tough is that transition, though?
But you feel
snip, snap.
It's
Is it a process?
Yeah.
Okay.
Anyway, so when I had the salt, my skin just felt kind of tighter and weird. And then the chlorine, you've got that smell.
Yeah.
And then people do, I know the chlorine takes care of it, but people pee in the pool.
There's no doubt.
And if I'm going to swim around and pee, I'm going to take a shower after it.
So Orlovsky, Bobby says, I'm with Lance. I have to shower first. If not, the mix of sweat and dead skin cells grosses me out, makes my skin crawl.
Yeah, I'm right there with Bobby, man. I've got to a point in life where I've got to have clean sheets every 3 or 4 days.
Yep.
Which probably isn't enough. Like if I was super rich, I would have new sheets every day. I would use a new toothbrush every day.
I do love it. I know, but I love a new toothbrush.
Yeah. I've always got a pack of 6 underneath, and I'll just switch them out. I'm probably once a month now.
And I'm about with Lance. I'm about once a month, and I am tough on toothbrushes too. By the end of that month, it is.
Yeah, I'm afraid my gum is just going to sooner or later.
I think I'm harming my gums.
Yeah, me too.
But I think I brush too much. I've been told that. I've been told I brush too much.
I got Erin Nelson, who's doing my dental work right now.
She's my dentist too.
Yeah, I got her to look at it when I was in a couple of weeks ago, and she's like, it looks fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I may do the same thing because there are frequent days.
They measure your teeth, to your gum line to make sure that you're not
frequently. Frequently, I brush 3 or 4 times a day, and there are a lot of dentists that say that it's too much brushing. But I like having a clean feeling mouth.
Zach is saying some people don't sweat. I'm jealous of those people. I don't know anyone that doesn't sweat. Now, I will say I watched the documentary on Epstein and Prince Andrew. One of the reports, one of the victims says that they went out dancing to a club and he was sweating all over and it was disgusting. And then when he got deposed, or it was an interview with 2020 or something, he was like, I don't sweat.
Yeah. Case closed, Your Honor. He does not sweat.
So she's obviously a liar.
Yeah, clearly you've just made this story up. Krusty says chlorine does not take care of the pee in the pool. Don't Google it, as you will not want to swim in a pool again.
I'm still going to swim. Look,
it's just a part of life.
Pools. Some people swim in ponds.
That's
the ocean.
And people are like, man, if you went behind the counter in a fast food restaurant, you'd never eat fast food again. I'm like, dude, I'm 47. I've eaten fast food my whole life. It hasn't killed me.
Right.
I mean, it's just you factor it in.
Like I'll jump in, whether it's Lake Martin or Smith Lake, and there's bodies in there.
Oh, man, thank you for that.
Stuff he thinks.
No, but there is.
I've never once thought of that.
Bridges are down there,
How
too.
could you not? Smith Lake is so deep, and there's like forest in there.
But I mean, I don't jump in and think, God, there's probably dead bodies in here. I just don't think of that.
I don't think about it all the time.
Yeah.
I mean, it's one of those things where you're out, you're just basically floating, and people talk about, man, I wonder how many Rolexes are in the bottom of this watch. And then somebody will be like, probably a lot more than dead bodies, but dead bodies have been dropped here before.
Yeah.
Rusty thinks about it every time.
Yeah, I mean, I've just never thought about that. I'm not saying it's not true. There are dead bodies inside of Lake Martin, Smith Lake, probably any big lake, Lake Oconee.
Yeah,
Reynolds Lake.
Jacob over there grew up on Smith Lake, tons of bodies.
Oh, I'm sure there are. I'm just saying I've never once jumped in Smith Lake and thought about it, though, or been on the boat in Smith Lake and thought about it. The Door Harris says Lance is dark. Lance is dark. It's okay, though. We love him.
You been in the sun lately?
Not all the time.
Not all the time.
I just have some dark thoughts.
Because you consume so much darkness.
I don't think that's it.
You don't think that's it, Rockstar? You don't think you have dark thoughts because you consume so much darkness? Why do you have dark thoughts then?
Well, it's not dark. It's dark observations.
Okay.
So you never have a dark thought.
I went with the source and I changed it up on you.
No, I mean occasionally, but very few. You have a lot of them, but I think it's because of what you consume.
Well, no, I have a lot of bright, happy thoughts too.
You do, yes, you do, absolutely.
I think it's good that we've got balance on this show.
I'm not,
because with your 100.
Okay, take shots at me. I'm not taking a shot at you. I'm just saying you self-admit that you consume a lot of dark material.
No, I've just said that to me, I believe the dark material is much more realistic than the other.
But it doesn't make it not dark.
I'm not saying it doesn't.
I know, but I'm just saying you can't consume that much darkness without having dark thoughts. It's impossible.
Yeah, but when you say dark thoughts, it's like I'm like premeditating to dismember somebody.
No, I don't think you're doing that at all. But I am saying you just mentioned that you jump into Smith Lake and you think about the dead bodies that are in there. That's a dark thought.
I have thought about the dead bodies.
Yeah.
And Jacob's right.
What's Jacob saying?
Life is dark.
It is. I choose to focus on the bright parts of it. Just dark content, man. I'm just telling you, this is minor. But Rockstar, have you watched, what's the show I watched last night? The Bear?
No, I have not.
It's dark, and it kind of puts me in a bad mood.
See, I didn't think it was dark.
No, it's shot dark.
Oh,
that's what I'm saying.
I got you.
Like the content isn't necessarily. I mean, it's not bright by any stretch, but nobody got beheaded. I mean, that's your level of darkness. I think is beheading, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's different levels.
if it fits the storyline.
Hey, The Godfather was shot really dark too.
It was. That's one thing I didn't like about it. Yeah, I don't like stuff that's shot really dark.
But you just darken your bathroom. See,
it's got lights in there.
We're all levels,
Yeah. I don't like stuff that's shot really dark. That bothers me. The thing that Bear I don't like, and I was talking to Lunsford about this because he swears on this. The three on the Bear. The three things I don't like, and this has got all of them, is the up close shots. Like when I'm closer than normal on the shot darkness, and the quick cuts. And boy, you get a lot of that.
A lot of the quick cuts. But I think
I don't like any of those.
I think what it's showing you is that industry.
Yeah. Milkman says
rapid fire.
Milkman says he's heard there is a town in the bottom of Smith Lake. I think that's true. I mean, obviously it was flooded by the power company.
It's not Atlantis?
It's not Atlantis. No, it's the Alabama version.
South Atlantis.
I think they evacuated the town, obviously, but they didn't just tear the buildings down. They were going to flood it anyway. I do think that's true. I think he's right about that.
I really don't know. I just know there's a bunch of trees down there.
Yeah, I think I have read that in the bottom of Smith Lake.
Was it Lake Lanier or Lake Burton that Julio was jet skiing and he lost his 4-carat diamond earring?
I think it was Lanier, yeah.
And they brought out scuba divers to try to find it.
Oh, did you not see? I can't believe I forgot to bring this up, but during the Independence Day weekend, Nick Saban, I think it's Nick Saban's son's wife or fiance, I don't know if they've got married yet, lost her wedding ring. Now, I bet you that one probably wasn't a cheap one. Lost her engagement ring, lost her diamond in the bottom of Lake Burton right off the pier. They hire a scuba diver to come out and find it, and the dude finds it. What are the odds of that? I mean, could you imagine finding a ring at the bottom of Lake Burton?
Well, I would think off the dock. I don't know. So when I go to Lake Martin, my friends that have their place, right off their dock is about 30 feet. Now, it quickly gets deeper. But if you were to drop something of major value, I don't know what you would have to pay a diver to come out there. I mean, your visibility, have you guys ever seen the movie Mud?
No, I've not.
Visibility. It's awful. You can't see anything. I remember when I was a kid, I was like, I'm going to wear goggles and look at the lake. It's like nothing. All I see is just dark green.
You just can't. So I don't know if it would be worth it even in something as shallow as 30 feet to pay a diver.
They found the ring, though. Like, he comes up out of the water, and then he holds the ring up, and everybody like Terry Saban, Nick Saban, Kristen Saban, there were several people standing up there, all related, obviously, all family, and they just start clapping and cheering, and Saban smiles and claps and all that.
So they had this on video?
Yeah, they're videoing, yeah.
Okay. Do you think there's any chance?
I don't think Saban wastes his time on that.
Me being cynical.
Yeah.
Any chance that Saban was like, let's get this over with. What did the ring look like? I got a picture. Takes it to the jeweler. Let's get this thing shipped in. Diver goes down. He's got it in his pocket. I ain't got time to waste on this shit. 3.5 minutes. I want your ass up because we're doing this video and I'm out of here.
I agree with that.
That's very funny, Lance. I did not even think of that. All right. Hey, listen, our friends at Legacy Community Federal Credit Union, right now they've got lifestyle loans at Legacy. Legacy lifestyle loans are great for you. If you've got that vacation you've been wanting to take, if you've got unplanned expenses, maybe medical expenses, school is about to start back, colleges, maybe some college expenses that you don't know how you're going to cover. Whatever the case might be, a lifestyle loan at Legacy can be right for you. There is no collateral required, and they've got affordable low rates. So if you want to check up on those lifestyle loans, this is a great time to do it right now. Hey, listen, the economy can be tough. Maybe you just need that loan to get from spot A to spot B. They can take care of you at Legacy Credit Union. Simply go online, legacycreditunion.com, or visit any one of their great Birmingham area branches. You can find all those at legacycreditunion.com. And check out the lifestyle loans. No collateral required, great low rates, and it's an affordable way to make ends meet, make that great vacation happen, fix that bathroom or master bath or backyard up, whatever the case might be. It's a lifestyle loan for you at Legacy, legacycreditunion.com, federally insured by the NCUA.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter at JLuntz.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number one, your yard looks the best it can. And number two, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them The Next Round sent you, 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com. Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations, but we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Hey, treat that special someone to the gift of luxury from Birmingham's best day spa, the Woodhouse Day Spa, located at the Summit Shopping Centers right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. The Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7 at birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift cards, simple solution. Again, buy them 24/7 online or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spas and tell them The Next Round sent you.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
So we kind of, no pun intended here, Rockstar, but kind of opened the floodgates on that last discussion. We won't dwell on it long. We got 4 downs to get to soon, but I will hit a couple of things for sure as we get started. Bobby says Fall City was the name of the town that was flooded by the Army Corps when they built Smith Lake. I had heard that before. I did not know the name Fall City, and I really don't know.
Fall, F-A-L-L?
Yes, and I do not know where on Smith Lake it actually is, but I had heard that for years.
It's under the lake.
Thank you, Rockstar. Yes, that was a great contribution by you. I appreciate that. But yeah, I'd heard for years that was.
I can't believe I never heard that. I've probably been to Smith, I don't know, 20, 25 times.
Yeah. I don't know where exactly it is.
Now, that's one of those things I want one day, and I don't know if I'm ever going to have.
A lake house?
Lake house.
You know, we had one in the family. And we used it a lot year one. It was at Smith. And the first year you get it, we're there all the time, right? And then the next year it was like, all right, every other weekend. And then our kids start doing activities, which fall a lot on the weekends. And you look up, and several years later, you hadn't been all summer long. And you're like, wow, this is kind of an expensive destination for something you never use. So then you put it on the market and you sell it.
I think I would go. The older I get, the more I would go. And I think what I would like to do, and I tried this earlier and it didn't work, was to downsize. Probably not the right time with the rates.
Right.
But once I do downsize, then I would love, once I don't have a pool, to have that lake house. And I think I would go every weekend.
Yeah. Maverick Hammerfist says we have a diver at Smith Lake. They recover everything. They're about 150 plus. They've done iPhones. Boy, I don't know why you recover the iPhone. Once it goes in the lake, it's done, isn't it?
Yeah, we got one of our buddies sent us.
This is from Lake Martin.
Lake Martin Scuba.
Yeah.
And he said they're not that expensive, and he's actually had them look for an item from him. I haven't got confirmation if they found the item.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably a pretty good market or a pretty good little cottage industry there if you know how to scuba dive. That you could probably find a ton.
God, I wonder. We need to get one of those guys on, especially in the summer.
Yeah,
one of the divers on to talk about some of the weirdest things they found and things. I mean, again, me being dark, whatever Jay says, just picture retired LT sitting on his dock thinking about all the dead bodies in the lake. But some of these divers are actually paid to go retrieve those bodies.
Right.
That would be one of the worst jobs in the world.
Jacob says Fall City Road is just north of Jasper, so it's somewhere up in there. Bobby says if you Google it, you can find everything. And a lot of people agreed 100% with you on the Saban story. Saban was like, I ain't got time for this ring. We're going to go buy one, give it to the diver, slide that thing in your pocket. You stay down there, blow some bubbles up so everybody thinks you're really doing it.
Yeah, let's make sure that we play this out a little bit, but not too long. Laura says parents had lake condo at Martin during football season. After AU game, we would go during non-holidays. I mean, that's the thing. If I was an Auburn fan and you had the resources to have a lake house, I mean, you could really spend from March through December down there.
Yeah, I know a lot of people that have a place that are Auburn fans. They go Lake Martin Friday after work, go to the game, come home Sunday night. In fact,
I think our buddy Stan White does it.
In fact, if you travel 280 Double Oak Mountain a Sunday after an Auburn home game, the traffic is nuts coming from Auburn. Coming westbound, like back over Double Oak Mountain.
Yeah.
It is crazy how heavy the traffic is. And this is like Sunday afternoons after Auburn home games. That shows you how many people stay overnight at a lake house and come back that afternoon.
Again, I don't want to rush the summer along, but every Saturday morning I typically pick up Chick-fil-A for the kids.
That's right.
And I see all the Auburn fans going in with their gear, getting ready to head down 280.
If both teams are at home, it's a weird Iron Bowl melting pot. You got Auburn fans heading down 280, Bama fans heading to 459 at that one Chick-fil-A, and it's an interesting melting pot.
So would you rather have lake house or beach house? Because I'm more of a beach guy.
Yeah, I don't know.
Lake because of the drive.
I think I'd go lake house, yeah.
Because the lake house, you could go.
Well, I could make more money off the beach house, though, so I'd probably go beach house. Because I wouldn't use it that much. I might use it 2-3 weekends.
Have you seen some of the houses at Lake Martin now?
Yeah, but how often do they stay rented? A beach house in the summer, you can rent it just about every week.
Yeah, but I think if you got that kind of money, you don't even really care.
Yeah.
Like, we just had a friend that you guys know. They just built their lake house, and we got an opportunity to see it 4th of July weekend, and it is amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, those houses on Lake Martin are crazy.
Oh, no. They absolutely are, yeah.
I mean, I think, you're talking, on the small end, on a good lot, $1.5 million up to, I don't know, I've seen some that look $6-7 million.
Yeah, I mean, it is, again, if you're an Auburn fan or if you got a kid at Auburn or whatever, I mean, that's all the more reason to have a house at Lake Martin.
Yeah. No, I like the beach more if I could go beach or lake, but Rocky's right. I mean, you could go on a Thursday night after work, take a Friday off, a couple of Fridays in the summer, and then come back Monday morning.
That's what I've always said. And I'm not a big beach person. It's nice to view the water. I don't need the beach. I don't need the smell.
I would like a house on. I mean, this sounds crazy. Of course, I'd like a house on the beach. But Rockstar, I would just like to sit out on the back porch and listen to the waves, old man style. Take me a nap out there. I mean, literally, I think if I had a house on the beach, I'd almost never go in the ocean. I just don't like the ocean.
Well, again, we were floating 4th of July weekend, and one of the things that came up, do you think there's alligators in this lake? I don't know if that's a dark thought or not. It wasn't my thought.
No, that's not a dark thought. It's just.
You think everybody's ever been dismembered by an alligator in the lake?
You say it's a dark observation.
Yeah. Well, whatever. I didn't bring it up, but, when you're sitting there floating, my point was I would never do this in the Gulf. I'm not going to float in the Gulf. Like, I'll go stand around in 3 feet of water, which most shark attacks take place in 3 feet of water because most people are in 3 feet of water. I'll do that, but there is no way. Would you guys go out 30, 40 feet deep in the Gulf and just float, hang out, and talk?
Absolutely not a chance.
Yeah, because there's nothing that's going to – there's things that can eat you there. In the lake, you don't worry about that.
Yeah. You know where I've never seen a shark attack? In the pool. That's why I like going to the pool when I'm at the beach. I like to hear the ocean, smell the ocean, and go to the pool.
Now, Stan says rabid beaver attacked a little girl at Lanier this weekend.
Oh, my God. What are the odds on that one?
Not good. There are a lot of gators. There's water moccasins. Now, I have had 2 snakes in my pool.
Hey, Bob Sacramento's right. The Beach House is my coffee maker. I don't like the taste of coffee either. I love the taste of Next Round coffee when I drink it, nextround.store. But I love the smell of coffee. And the beach is the same way. I don't like the beach, don't like the ocean, but I love the smell and the sound of it. Like to be close.
There's a house for sale in Lake Martin on the water. 11 bedrooms, 12 bath.
Is that big enough, though?
15,000 square feet. It's only $8.5 million.
Is that the old Scroochie house? Do you know?
I don't. They don't say this is the old Scroochie house.
Scroochie house was up, and somebody was talking about that. It's like aesthetically on the outside.
It's opulent.
They just said it's gotten very outdated.
Yeah. That does not surprise me with him. Yeah,
I mean, what is driveway a guitar?
Yeah, I could see he was probably a little bit tacky with his inner decoration there.
Yeah, I would think so.
A lot of money, some of it ill-gotten.
We won when we did Rocky. You went on that trip with me. We were at Lake Martin, and I think it was at Willow Point.
It was awesome.
And a dude gave us a house. In the house, and so I invited like 5 or 6 couples down, and the house kind of looked like that. I mean, it was on that kind of point.
So Rockstar, is this the one that's for sale for that kind of money?
It's only 8.5.
I don't think that's the Scroochie house.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's not the Scroochie house.
Not. Yeah. And
I think it's a honey.
That's
right there,
nice, but look, I saw some better looking ones a couple of weeks ago. But the one we were at, it wasn't that big, Rocky, but it was really big. And so I had seen pictures, and I was like, invited all these people. It ended up only having 3 bedrooms. Because it was custom built for them, and that's all they needed.
All the bedrooms they wanted.
And like the bedrooms are gigantic. It was a massive house. Just on a great point.
I got to hang out in bunk beds that night. It was fun.
Did you get the top bunk? Did you claim top bunk?
Are you asleep yet? No.
Now, how many people did sleep in bunk beds?
I think it was just him and I. Because the rest of y'all were couples. We were the only 2 single guys.
Yeah, but I don't know how the couples fit. I don't know. That was a long time ago.
Lance, you know what I noticed about this house? How much is that house, Rockstar?
8.5
million. 8.5 million. I'm not sure they got gutter cap. I don't think I'd buy it.
Boy, it would take a pretty penny to gutter cap that thing.
Yeah, but they can call our boy C-Stu.
Yeah, they can. 205-823-2212. Again, lifetime warranty.
I bet C-Stu would cut them a deal on that one, though.
Oh, I think he would. Yeah. He would.
Boy,
and I don't know how it works with that Spanish tile.
Boy, it does not look like Alabama at all. If you tell me that house, where's that
Cabo.
house? Yeah, Cabo.
Yeah, it's like Cabo.
I agree.
Sea of Cortez.
Something you see in Warrior.
Yeah, or Pell City. Yeah. That's where Russ Probst is living now, right? That's where he relocated. 823-2212. Again, cap it, don't snap it. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Chris Stewart and his team, they'll come out, they'll clean the gutters one final time, then they'll put that patented aluminum cover system over the existing gutter. You'll never clean them again. Cap it, don't snap it. 205-823-2212 or guttercapbirmingham.com.
So the Birmingham News for years used to do their SEC preview, and it involved them polling the sports information directors, the media relations directors of the Southeastern Conference. You cannot vote for your own team, and they ask them to place the other teams. For the last decade, Alabama has been selected number 1 in this. It dropped at AL.com today. Georgia, your new number 1. In fact, 12 of the 13 available first-place votes went to the Georgia Bulldogs. Of course, the only other one was second. Alabama got a first-place vote. 12 of the 14 available. Alabama got a first-place vote, and LSU got a first-place vote. So Georgia, 12 first-place votes. For the first time in a decade, they have been picked number one by, you would presume, the school's coaches, but certainly the sports information directors. The divisions, Georgia was picked to win the SEC East. Tennessee got the only other vote to win the SEC East. The SEC West, Alabama picked to win it. They got 5 of the 7 available votes, and LSU got the other 2. So that's how the voting went. One of the things that jumped out at us is Auburn. Actually, there were 14 votes to finish last, basically. Auburn got 2 of the 14, which only them and Vanderbilt got last place votes. I'm shocked that 2 people picked Auburn.
I am too. Look, the roster is obviously not even close to where Hugh Freeze wants it. Hugh Freeze too good of a coach, and I believe Auburn is going to be one of these teams. They're not going to quit on a first-year coach. They're going to get better as the season goes on.
Yeah.
And obviously this program is going to get better with Hugh Freeze, in my opinion. But to vote them dead last, I mean, when's the last time Auburn finished last in the SEC?
I would guess Gene Chiswick's last year. They were awful.
But were they worse than Vanderbilt then?
Maybe not. It was probably just tied for last.
Our buddy that sent us that Lake Martin Scuba, I asked him, did they recover the item? And he said, yeah. You want to guess what the item was?
All right, so this all started with, it all started with dead bodies at the bottom of the Smith Lake.
And then I brought up Julio Jones.
Yeah, Julio Jones, Nick Saban's daughter-in-law ring. I'm going to say the item, I don't know. I mean, sunglasses, that's a lot to get a scuba diver out for. An iPhone, again, I think sometimes you just think I've lost the iPhone.
I think those are probably the 2 most lost items.
I'm going to say guitar.
It was
I was playing on the back of a boat.
It was actually sunglasses. I don't know what your price point on your sunglasses has to be.
I don't go heavy, especially if I'm going to wear them at the lake.
Yeah, that's what I've got some good sunglasses, but I take an alternate pair when I go in. I don't take any in the ocean.
No, well, I've got.
I mean, that's a 50-50 whether or not you're going to lose them.
I mean, I got a pair of Gooders that I use at the pool. I mean, those are good sunglasses, but they're also $25 a pop. I use them at the pool and the ocean and on the golf course.
I've had one good pair of sunglasses taken off at the ocean. Never will wear them again.
Yeah, I mean, I figure if I lose a $25 pair of sunglasses, that's going to be easily replaceable.
Yeah, but the only thing I'm getting a diver out for is a watch.
Well, ring.
Well, yeah.
Watch and ring.
I just
you're not
don't wear
wearing the ring, yeah. When we come back, 4 downs, we got good celebrity birthdays today?
We do not.
It's 2 straight days.
We've got one, and I'm not going to say it's a good celebrity birthday. It's a popular
a celebrity birthday. I got you. That's when we return. Woodhouse Day Spa is bringing you part of the show. I mentioned today is my mom's birthday. You saw the kid that made the commitment on the back of his boat. A birthday season for your wife, your mom, your significant other. Woodhouse Day Spa, a good idea.
I think Vicki Brown would absolutely love a gift card from Woodhouse Day Spa. Gift of luxury. You can't really beat that. Woodhouse Day Spa, located right there at the Summit Shopping Centers, right off of Highway 280. You can choose from a menu of over 70 options, including massages, body treatment, skincare, waxing, nail services. Woodhouse Day Spa, voted America's best day spa since 2009. Order that special person gift online 24/7, birmingham.woodhousespas.com. Gift card, simple solution. Buy them 24/7 online, or stop by the Woodhouse Day Spa and tell them the next round sent
Bob is right. I don't know. Have you ever had prescription sunglasses? Because you got LASIK from Michelson. I've had prescription sunglasses, and those are not cheap.
Yeah.
They're game changers, but I would never wear them at the lake either because, buddy, you lose those.
Yeah, I guess if you get up in the $500 range, it might be worth it.
Yeah.
But you know what sucks is if you hired the guy and he doesn't recover.
Prescription sunglasses are fantastic. If you're like me, you got astigmatism. Or you can go to Michelson Laser.
But our buddy said high degree of success on recovering items.
Oh, yeah. I bet those scuba divers are pretty good. All right, 4 downs when we come back on the next round.
Follow the Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
The extra hours of sunshine are back on the clock, and that means it's time for golf at Timberline, a short drive from Birmingham or Montgomery. Go to timberlinegc.com, timberlinegc.com to book your tee times, schedule a lesson, or just drop by and use the TrackMan technology on the driving range. The course is always fun, in great shape, and you can even become a member. Get all the details at timberlinegc.com. It's time to get your golf on with our friends at Timberline.
Maybe you're like me. You bought a house where you didn't like either the kitchen or the master bath, but you put off the renovation. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. We decided to finally pull the trigger on that. My wife found Brad Bell, A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling. I am so glad we did. His crew came out and did tremendous work in a clean and timely fashion, and we absolutely love the results. Call Brad Bell now, anywhere in Alabama, 205-422-1758. That's Brad Bell with A-Plus Tile Home Remodeling, 205-422-1758.
Hey, if you're starting to thin out up top, I got a name for you, Dr. Beckenstein. You've heard me talking about him on The Next Round. He is the guy you need to see. My hair has already doubled in thickness. I've been going to Dr. B for over a year now. Make the phone call that I made, 205-319-0316. For more than 20 years, women and men have turned to Dr. Beckenstein for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience, his advanced training, and genetic testing to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. T3hair.net or 205-319-0316.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
It's The Next Round presented by Bud Light. We come to you from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino studio in lovely Birmingham, Alabama. He is Lance Taylor. I am Ryan Brown, Dunaway, continuing vacation. He will be back with us tomorrow. You can purchase his dummies gear at nextround.store, nextround.store. Thank you for joining us on the show today. If you're watching us on YouTube, we would greatly appreciate you doing a couple of things. Number one, give us a thumbs up. Very easy to do, but it helps us a lot. And while you're here, if you're just lurking, watching the show, we greatly appreciate that. But you can go ahead and subscribe, too. That helps us a lot. Subscribe and set alerts so you know when we're live. For instance, next week, our show's 2 to 5 every day next week from SEC Media Days. Every single day next week, 2 to 5 in the afternoon. Now, you're going to get content outside of that window, but we're going to be live 2 to 5. It will be on demand everywhere you get it on demand. Don't worry about that, but 2 to 5 every single day. At anywhere you get the show, that's where you're going to find us next week from SEC Media Days up in Nashville. So make sure you set your alerts so you know when we go live, and it will be 2 to 5 next week. If you're getting us on demand on audio, please rate and comment and like us and share us and all those things. We appreciate you doing that at Next Round Live on all social media. At Next Round Live.
Do you know the cool thing about the summer? I don't know what you're going into right now.
We're going into 4 downs, but we got time for a cool thing about the summer.
No, it's like there's so many people doing so many different things, and so many people that you don't know where they are.
Right.
You know, whether somebody's, I don't know, at the lake right now or...
Well, like Fitzy was on the road for like 24 straight days, he told us yesterday.
Yeah, I just got a text from our buddy Mick Gillespie, and he sent a picture of a Next Round sticker. Guess where he is?
Oh, well, that would tell me the Floribama.
Yeah.
I get them all the time.
He said having a drink and you guys honor at the Floribama.
We get a lot of tweets. People send us tweets of the stickers. I get almost as many from friends of mine that just text me a photo.
Yeah, that's what I get too.
We got so many stickers there that you almost can't go in the Floribama without seeing one.
And I'm getting like, I don't get a lot of FOMO like Dunaway, but I get some sort of FOMO when it comes to the Floribama just because we haven't been since March.
I know, and I see our stickers all the time. I'll tell you the one I get sent a lot is in the bra room in the main dome is the official name of it, but a lot of people call it the bra room. The stairs that go down from that upper bar to the stage.
Yeah.
We put stickers on the end caps of all the stairs, and I get that sent to me a lot.
I'll tell you what,
people use those stairs a lot.
I also get from the urinals at Pirates Cove.
Oh yeah, I've gotten that a couple times this summer.
Yeah.
Did you place that one in the Pirates Cove urinal?
Me and Little T.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, why was Little T in a room that had a urinal in it?
There wasn't many people there. Were you not with us?
I was with you, yeah, but I mean that's the men's room.
Yeah, I think she went in and put some.
Oh. Now, it's not actually in the urinal. It's on top of the urinal.
On top of the urinal, yeah.
By the way, if you're going to send us that
there
photo.
was one in the urinal in Floribama
Scott,
that lasted forever.
Yeah, Scott is showing video of Lance placing stickers. I don't know how to estimate how many there are at Floribama. I would say from 150 to 200. Somewhere in that window?
Yeah, I had somebody, again, I've gotten 3 or 4 texts just this week, but somebody that lives down there said, I absolutely laugh every time I come in here and see how many of these stickers you guys have.
Yep. Yeah.
Okay, so Little T wants to clarify she was not in the men's bathroom, so I guess it was all me.
Yeah. It did seem odd to me. And I was also going to say, if you send us a photo of the one in the men's urinal at Pirates Cove, just be careful when you snap the photo. Let's make sure everything is tucked and zipped before we send the photo out.
Would you like to know who placed some strategically in the women's bathroom at Floribama?
I would love to know that.
That was me.
Interesting.
I mean, we were doing shows earlier. There's nobody in there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well,
that's why I don't think it's that weird.
No, it's not that weird. But I just knew when we were at Pirates Cove, there were people there. I didn't think Taylor would go in the men's room.
Rusty, that's $1 million question. When are y'all going to be back at the Floribama?
We're going to try for August. We're aiming for August.
I mean, I'm willing to go this weekend. I don't think I have any plans. I guess we got to leave Sunday.
Yeah, this weekend's it's a bad weekend to do it. All right, let's do 4 Downs. Rockstar. It's presented every single day by our friends at Slice.
Just a great place to go. I was there a couple of nights ago. Got the Hot Mama, the Super Cheese. They've got the Soul Pie, which Brown loves, the Wing and a Prayer, good spice on that, the Bajaya Special. That's who created this great concept, Jeff Bajaya. Again, I've told the story. He told me, man, I am starting a pizza joint. He owned Domino's Pizzas forever. I'm starting a pizza joint in Lakeview. It's going to be called Slice. I was like, really cool name. I imagined it was going to be kind of a one little location place. When they opened Slice in Lakeview, I was blown away. Beautiful place. And the legacy continues to grow. You got Vestavia now. You've got Montevallo. You got Crestline Park. We had our friend Brittany Wagner went to the Crestline Park last night. They have bingo every Tuesday night there. Heard that's a lot of fun. But go slicebirmingham.com for more information. Lunch or dinner, you're going to absolutely love it.
First down.
More total touchdowns this year. Sam Hartman or Tyler Buckner?
I know one's going to be a starter, so I'll go Sam Hartman. I don't know that Buckner's going to start. I mean, I think he's certainly in the mix, but I know Sam Hartman's starting. So if I had to bet one of those, I'd go with him. If Buckner's the starter at Alabama. If I knew he was the starter at Alabama, I would go Buckner. If I was like 100% certain he was starting.
Yeah. Again, Buckner, you saw earlier guest Pete Sampson pointed out Buckner in 4 years has been hurt 3 of those 4 years.
Yep.
So you wonder if he can hold up. Hartman's had some issues too. I would go Hartman though.
Yep.
Second down.
Back to the college football playoff first. Notre Dame or Oregon?
Well, you know, I'm big on Dan Lanning. There were some times last year where it appeared his end game was not as good. The big factor to any time we start talking playoffs, though, is the 12-team playoff. And I think Notre Dame is one of those teams that's going to be well-suited to frequently be in that 12-team playoff. I mean, a 10-2, 9-3 Notre Dame team is going to be in it more often. A 10-2 is going to be in it every time.
Yeah.
Every time. A 9-3 is going to be in it more often than not. More often you would have a 9-3 Notre Dame team get in than get left out. So, I mean, 10-2, 9-3 has become a pretty low bar for Notre Dame, really.
Again,
Except that Brian Kelly's gone.
9 of the last 10 seasons, I think Brian Kelly's had double-digit seasons.
Now, he's not there anymore, and that's the problem. I think I would go first back, though, Notre Dame. It's just they've got, I don't think either makes it this year. But once we go to 12 teams, I think you're going to see Notre Dame in there quite a bit.
Third down.
I think Brian Kelly, last job LSU.
I mean, there was a minute he flirted, it appeared, with the Philadelphia Eagles of the NFL. It was after they lost to Alabama. He went on that European vacation. And there was a lot of rumors that he was coming back to resign and take the Eagles job. He did not. So I mean, I don't know where he stands on the NFL. I would probably say that's his last stop, though.
Okay, so if I asked you current job longer, Marcus Freeman, 37 years old, or Brian Kelly?
How old is Kelly? 58?
I think Brian Kelly is 60.
I mean, would you say Notre Dame's pretty patient with coaches? I don't feel like they fire guys quickly. He's 61, Brian Kelly is. I mean, I think they normally
Charlie Weiss got that huge extension after 1 year, but how long was he there?
I can tell you that real quick if you'll give me 2 seconds on old Charles Weiss. Because Charlie Weiss ended up coaching at Notre Dame, Lance, 5 years. But keep in mind, his last 3 were 3-9, 7-6, 6-6. I mean, they gave him plenty of runway.
Yeah, well, maybe you're right.
Yeah, I mean, I think Notre Dame is fairly patient with coaches. So I don't think Marcus Freeman, even if he struggles a little bit early, is going to get fired that quickly. But I do think Brian Kelly is going to be at Notre Dame or at LSU quite a while. Tyrone Willingham got basically 2.5 seasons, or 3 full seasons.
But he was awful, right?
Yeah, well, he was 10-3 his first year, but then 5-7, 6-6. Bob Davie got 5 years, never got to double-digit wins. He had 2 9-3s.
I mean,
everything else was bad.
I don't know how patient that was with Ty Willingham.
I mean, that was quick on Ty Willingham. I don't disagree with you on that. Jerry Faust was very average. He got 5 years.
So I just wish I knew how long Brian Kelly was going to coach, because I think he can call his shot there. I think he's going to be that good. I'll go Brian Kelly.
Yeah, I think I probably would as well, but I just think Freeman's going to be a successful Notre Dame coach. But here again, there's a guy that does the NFL appeal to Marcus Freeman. He's really young. If he wins a little bit at Notre Dame and decides he wants to scratch that NFL itch, he would see. I don't know what it is about him, but I look at him, I could see him being an NFL coach. He just kind of looks the part of an NFL coach.
4th down.
Bill Cosby, 86 years old today.
Wow, legend.
No, if I asked you,
what happened to him?
Is he the most shocking celebrity in history? Like OJ was shocking, but Bill Cosby was the guy that was calling out Eddie Murphy for dirty jokes. He was the guy that was calling out Lisa Bonet from his own show for doing Angel Heart and having nudity in that film.
Now, you did bring up O.J. Simpson, though.
Yeah. I think this is more shocking than OJ. I know OJ decapitated somebody.
Again, yes.
Allegedly. But Bill Cosby was the all-time, or at least you can make an argument.
America's dad.
Yeah, America's dad, the all-time television dad. Seemed like there were no flaws to Bill Cosby. And how many, what are the rumors? How many did he roofie and date rape?
I have no idea.
It was in the 20s. It was in the high 20s, and then
and those are just the ones that came forward.
And now more coming forward now.
But O.J. Simpson's image was sparkling before that. I mean, I think he's the same exact as what Bill Cosby was.
I would say Bill Cosby, just because of pure numbers. It was O.J. did it.
Yeah. But you said shot. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying.
O.J. did it like, and I'm sure O.J. was abusive and all that kind of stuff. But in his fit of rage, O.J. killed 2 people, allegedly. But Cosby was, he was a serial rapist.
Yeah, that's true. It was very...
And, to me, rape is right there with murder.
Oh, I don't disagree with you at all on that one. I'm trying to think of one that shocked me on that level, Rockstar.
I don't think I think O.J. is too.
What's crazy of all the allegations about Michael Jackson, people are like, I'm not really shocked by that.
No, but when you even before any of the allegations came out, when somebody has that screwed up of a childhood,
correct,
you start to worry that something could be off a little bit.
Yeah, and the way Michael Jackson acted. Bill Cosby, again, was, sanctimonious. He was just one of those guys that, everybody loved, but at the same time, he was very hypocritical. It obviously turns out.
Yeah.
And that
is 4
downs.
Did I answer?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you said that Bill Cosby, and then it would be O.J. Simpson.
Yeah, that's 1 and 2 for me. I think it's got to be of the shock scale.
Yeah, Epstein was not a celebrity. If he would have been a celebrity, he would be the guy. That's like if Jeffrey Dahmer was a celebrity.
Harvey Weinstein got after it. But I'm not shocked.
But I don't.
I didn't know him before though.
But
I didn't know
the
who he was.
Weinstein, those allegations are kind of all over the place.
Of the descriptions that women give of a particular part, very disturbing.
But I tell you,
I haven't heard that.
Yeah, that came out in trial, I think. But when we mentioned Richard Scrushy earlier in relation to his lake house, when those stories started hitting, some of those people, we didn't know them as well, but you're like, you got to be kidding me. I mean, that looked like a great American company, and it was built on basically, a house of cards.
Yeah.
And Bernie Ebbers, and who was the guy that was part owner of the Mets?
Wilpon.
Wilpon. Yeah, and he got tied up in that one with the why can I not say the guy's name, Rockstar?
Bernie Madoff?
Bernie Madoff, yeah. He got tied up with the Bernie Madoff when some of the Mets ownership did. I mean, Bernie Madoff was held up as like this genius, and not many people were there saying, he's making returns when nobody else in the world's making returns right now, and he's consistently making bigger returns than anybody is. And nobody ever stopped and said, do we think maybe he's doing something that he shouldn't be doing? Like, everybody's losing money right now, and this guy's making 8% returns.
Yeah.
I mean, and it never really raised alarm bells to anybody.
That's a red flag.
Yeah.
4 great locations for lunch or dinner. Again, you get the pizza by the slice for lunch. You can get 2 slices and a salad, 1 slice and a salad. I did that a couple of weeks ago. Fantastic. Best pizza out there. Thin crust. Crust is absolutely amazing. Topics are so unique. It's local pizza, local ingredients, slicebirmingham.com.
Oh, Smuff is right. Not even a criminal scale, but Tiger was pretty shocking. Just to the level it came out and how quickly it came out.
Yeah.
I mean, he backed over 1 fire hydrant, and a bunch of skanks came flowing to the top. And
he was the All-American golfer.
It was one after another, too. I mean, it was like one would come out, then another would come out, then another would come out. And he was at the top of sports, really. I mean, Tiger was probably the most recognizable athlete in America at the time.
Least surprising celebrity, serious offense.
I mean, it's easy to say Michael Jackson, but I don't know that I'd go there.
Yeah, maybe.
Rusty says Bobcat Goldthwait was pretty shocking. That wasn't his real voice.
That'd be bad if it was.
I mean, I never assumed it was, but
he's a great. I don't think he does the voice anymore. He's a director now.
I've never heard him not doing that voice, though. Never once have I heard him just talk normal. I mean, I never thought that was his actual voice. But I've never heard him talk
normal. It's one of those
normally.
things where you can't do. I don't think he can do it anymore. Like Paul Rubens can't do the Pee Wee Herman voice anymore. The guy's like 70 now. He can't do it. Like when they came out with that movie that Judd Apatow did on Netflix, it's 65-year-old Pee Wee's like, this is really uncomfortable.
I saw the Pee Wee Herman the house from the movie when I was out in L.A. I thought of you because I know you used to like that movie. The house he lived in the movie.
Ooh, Big Adventure
the
movie?
Exterior shot. I think that was it. Pee Wee's
awesome.
Big Adventure, yeah. Michelson Laser Vision, Lance, bringing you part of the show today.
205-969-8100. That's the number you need to call. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, best in the business. Again, I had the 2200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Wore the contacts for about a decade. Got the procedure done over 2 decades ago. 2015 vision, better than 2020. Make the phone call that I made, 205-969-8100. You can always go online, michelsonlaservision.com. Again, when you call that number, make sure you ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. They're going to hook you up with an absolutely free consultation, 0 to lose, to find out if LASIK is right for you. 205-969-8100.
A comment on Twitter from Bud Elliott, who covers college football, that isn't shocking. We were just talking shocking. It's not shocking, but I want to bring it up because it puts something in perspective about a coach we were discussing just 2 days ago. That's next on the Next Round.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
When the weather gets warm in the Deep South, there's nothing better than spending your days outside. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. When you're outside, there are a couple of things you want to be certain about. Number 1, your yard looks the best it can. And number 2, you're not always swatting away those mosquitoes. My friends at Wayne's take care of both those things for me. And Wayne's is celebrating their 50th year. So right now, get $50 off your pest, your termite, your lawn, and your mosquito services. Visit callwaynes.com or call 866-WAYNES-1. Summer is here, school is out, and that means moving season. If you need help buying a home or selling your home, you need Holly Mack Wilson. Let Holly Mack Wilson do for you what she did for 70 people last year. Find you the home of your dreams. She is a professional who helps you with every step of the buying and selling process. Holly Mack Wilson will help you find a home, negotiate the best price, and help you get your home ready to sell. She helps you get the most out of the house you are selling and helps you get into the home of your dreams at the best possible price. Holly Mack Wilson can help you find a home anywhere in Alabama, from Huntsville to Mobile. So call Holly Mack Wilson today, 205-901-9446, or check her out online at hollymachomes.com. Then sit back and enjoy your summer. Who knows? She may even help you plan your summer vacation. That's Holly Mack Wilson at 205-901-9446 or hollymachomes.com. Holly Mack Wilson, your trusted and professional travel planner and Keller Williams agent.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280.
It's time to get out and enjoy the summer of 2023. Ocean City, Maryland, and your hotel family at Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from our Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at our Bayview Bar and Grill, span the 2.5-mile-long Ocean City Boardwalk, and a lot more. See all this plus irresistible summer deals and packages online at residenceinnoc.com. Check us out on Instagram and Facebook. Do something different this summer. Residence Inn by Marriott Ocean City, Maryland.
You've heard us rave about our friends at Legacy. Now I want to tell you about their everyday checking. How about this? No monthly fees, no minimum balance. One of the great perks, get paid 2 days early with direct deposit, instant issue debit cards. And there are some additional perks on top of that with the digital banking app. Absolutely love checking that. The official credit union of UAB, our friends at Legacy, dedicated service to education and healthcare industries for more than 60 years.
Our Bud Light poll question earlier. Would you rather date a girl that has one snake, multiple birds, or 3 or more cats?
If I had to go this direction, and we got a text from a friend, he said that his mother-in-law bought one of those birds that lives forever, and she asked him and his wife if they would take it when she passed away, and he said, F no.
Yeah.
What kind of birds live forever? I mean, what is that?
I think he's exaggerating. But
I know, but I mean,
some birds can live over like 30 years, 30, 40 years.
I think the big one's like 30 to 40. I think I would go girl with bird.
Bud Light poll question. Stacy says stay single. Mr. Nanners says one snake because you know she's wild. 3 cats, although the preferred animal signifies a certain level of crazy, and birds are just smelly. Lake Life says hard pass on all. 50% of you say cats. You would date a girl that's got 3 or more cats. 28% of you say birds. 22% of you say snake.
Yeah, the snake's really the dark one.
Snake's dead last. Yeah.
Smuff says the macaw lives like 100 years. I don't know if it lives that long.
Forrester's been looking up. They can live up to 60 to 100 years.
Well, Samuel says eagles live 60 years, but I don't think anybody's got a pet eagle.
So you could hand down a bird like 3 generations?
Here, this is your burden now.
I mean, that is, if you're, and I'm not trying to take a shot at bird owners. I mean, it's a pet, right? But if a bird lives 60 years in a cage, doesn't it feel like he's been in prison the whole time? Like if he ever gets out and comes back home.
So he's like, speaking of Brooks was the bird man. If it was like Brooks and you let it out, it might want to fly back home, right?
Yeah, or fly into a window. It's what Brooks basically did.
Yeah. I mean, he was institutionalized. Yeah. What would you call the bird?
I mean, kind of institutionalized. It's got air conditioning, but other than that,
I tell you, you adapt. You don't know where to fly. Like I don't know what the hell to do with all this. Where's my stick and my corn cob?
Lance mentioned earlier there's no live sport events tonight. The Hemp Hill Lock makes its return probably tomorrow night. It's always presented by Hemp Hill.
Yeah, our friends at Hemp Hill want to remind you 0%, 60 months for qualified customers, plus free 10-year labor warranty when you mention the next round. Call Adam, Chad, Andrew, the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Make sure that HVAC unit ready to keep up with the changing weather. Hemp Hill Services, locally owned and operated independent train dealer. The team can service all makes and models for all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs. Call Hemp Hill Services. It's hard to stop a train. Do it now, 205-229-2090 or hemphillservices.com.
Ryan Day is an elite coach in college football. No one is going to argue that. The one thing Ryan Day does not have to show for his elite college football coaching is a national championship.
Right.
He's yet to win that. His record in 51 games is 45-6, and Bud Elliott was discussing Ryan Day on Twitter. Bud covers college football for 24/7 Sports.
So that's, I mean, quick math, that's almost 90%.
That's crazy winning percentage. But as Bud points out, it's not just the winning percentage, it's the teams he loses to are all college football playoff teams, with one exception, that Oregon game, which was a surprising loss by them.
It was. Yeah, but that was when, that's the worst I've ever seen C.J. Stroud.
He was awful.
He was awful.
It was when people started talking about him being a bust, and he played terrific football after that.
And their run defense was terrible.
Oregon, though, that year, this is his worst loss, okay? Oregon ended up 10-4 and played for the Big 12 championship, or the Pac-12 championship that year. So that was far from a terrible Oregon team. They lost to Utah in the Pac-12 championship team. Other than that, and I knew, obviously, Ryan Day had a good record, and I knew he only lost to good teams. I never really thought about it from this perspective, though. His other 5 losses, other than that regular season Oregon game: Clemson in the semifinals of the college football playoff, Alabama, and these are in order, in the college football playoff championship game, back-to-back losses to Michigan, who went on to the college football playoff, and then in the semifinals against Georgia. I mean, I know he's 45-6, but he only loses to college football playoff level teams.
And you think about those 2 semifinal losses to Clemson, late pick in the red zone.
It was like 27-24, I think, was the final, right?
And then the loss to Georgia, they got a little too conservative.
Yep.
Yeah, and those are both very winnable games. I think only one of the two were both the Michigan games blowouts. I know Michigan blew them out once.
Felt that way. Yeah. Last year in Columbus was far more one-sided than anybody would have ever imagined, I think. But and those are the 2 that are sticking with him. I mean, the problem is when I start telling you how good his losses actually are, is that 2 of his last 3 are to Michigan, including one obviously at home. But when you look at it that way, I mean, he only loses to college football play. His worst loss, his absolute worst loss, is Oregon, who played for the Pac-12 championship that year. He only loses to college football playoff level teams. I mean, like, you can't even say that about Nick Saban.
No.
Even once Saban got past the La Monroe loss, he's had some head-scratching losses. I mean, that's South Carolina team in Columbia. That was not a college football playoff team.
No, some of those Ole Miss teams. Yeah, one of the Ole Miss teams.
Yeah, I mean, those were okay. Those are good teams. They weren't amazing teams. I mean, the Texas A&M loss, they played the Cotton Bowl.
Yeah, they were good, but not great.
Yeah, it was a good I mean, so it is pretty remarkable when you look at less about his 45 wins and just who the 6 losses are to. It's always quality teams. And by the way, they get a chance to lose some more quality teams this year. I mean, if I told you Notre Dame, Penn State, and Michigan were all college football playoff contenders, that's not a surprise at all to you. And those are all on their schedule this year. Also, one more thing, Big 12 Media Days started today. Brett Yormark says they are trying to reach Generation Z. Can somebody, Rockstar, can you remind me what Generation Z is or get lunch for?
I think it's 20 to 25, 18 to 25.
Yeah, right now, current like 18, 25-year-olds.
According to Brett McMurphy, our goal is to connect with Gen Z.
Well, it's just your students.
We have a plan. We have a plan for expansion, he says. In addition to that, I'm not really going to address it today. Hopefully we can execute that plan sooner rather than later. He was asking about adding more Power 5 schools if they create value. Obviously, it would be some of the current Pac-12 schools. But he says part of their plan to reach Generation Z is they are going to have a concert from an undisclosed artist at halftime of the Big 12 championship game. If you want to reach Generation Z, I'm asking this question. He was not asked this question. Who are some of the artists you book?
Oh, Taylor Swift is too old.
Yeah, and you're probably not going to get her to do halftime of the Big 12 game.
What is it? Badlands? I mean, who did the SEC?
Midland. Yeah.
Midland.
Not for their championship game, just for a random, street concert.
Oh, I would think.
I don't even know who, like you would say. I mean, the game is
Ice.
The game is in
or
Dallas.
Ice Spice, whatever
the game
her
is.
name is.
I mean, the game is in Dallas, so you got some opportunities there, I would say. But he says they're going to have a concert at halftime of the Big 12 game, Super Bowl style.
So you're
Shawn Mendes.
I'm looking at your top 10 right now of the U.S. You got Olivia Rodrigo, Morgan Wallen, Lil Uzi Vert, Taylor Swift, Gunna, Luke Combs, Little Uzi Vert, featuring Nicki Minaj, Little Uzi Vert.
Luke Combs, I mean, that's
SZA.
Yeah, Luke Combs feels like the most comfortable when we're playing this game in Dallas, right?
Yeah,
I mean,
you know,
Luke Combs would feel very comfortable there.
Our buddy Michael Spisto, his dog's Little Uzi.
Yeah.
First time I've ever heard of this thing. So
That's a good dog, Dave. I think Luke Combs is my betting favorite right now. Big football fan, too. Though I think he went to Appalachian State, if I'm not mistaken. I know he at least was the guest picker on game day, so I assumed he went to school at Appalachian State. All right, we'll put the wraps on another edition of The Next Round after this.
Call The Next Round now at 205-734-0923.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bentbrook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bentbrook.
Hey, let me tell you about our friends at Urology Centers of Alabama. Compassionate and comprehensive urological care with 35 physicians, 17 locations across Alabama. Their patient-centered approach to all of your urological needs. Remember, they've got that new men's health center. It is beautiful, helping men with a wide range of sensitive male issues in a comfortable environment. You can always go online, visit urologycentersalabama.com, schedule an appointment with one of their many urologists today. Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-pattied each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
MyBookie.ag brings you our coverage of SEC Media Days 2023 live from Nashville. We'll be bringing you in-depth interviews with players, coaches, media members, and more, plus our live show every single day at a special time each afternoon. Be sure to follow us on all social media at Next Round Live so you don't miss a thing. SEC Media Days 2023 from Nashville, also brought to you by Moore's Marinades and Wing Sauces, Precision Sports Medicine, Michelson Laser Vision, and Woodbridge Wines. Tough Dog Garage Floors is a leading provider of high-quality garage floor coatings. Jared and his team specialize in the installation of polyasperatic flake garage floors. This is good for residential and commercial clients. Garage floors, concrete flooring, basement coatings, flake flooring, patio coatings, driveway coatings, pool deck coatings, and more. From get-togethers to oil changes, your garage experience will change forever. TUFF, Tough Dog, GarageFloors.com, or call 205-273-8813. I am no conference commissioner, but the best way to me to reach Gen Z is to give them a good on-campus game experience, right? And then you hopefully hook them as fans for the rest of their life. I mean, if I want to reach Gen Z, I make sure when they're 18 and they come to campus, the on-campus game atmosphere is the best it possibly can be.
Yeah, and I bet they probably rather have free pizza.
Probably so. And now I don't know what the answer to that is. And Brett Yormark, the Big 12 commissioner, says today that's what they're trying to do. Heck, I'm sure every conference is trying to do it because If I hook the Alabama and Auburn and Tennessee and LSU student and Georgia student at age 18 when he gets on campus or she gets on campus, they go to as many games as they can when they're on campus. They get a job. What do they want to come back and do? Buy tickets, go to games, donate to the program.
Ultimately, take their kids to games.
Their kids, buy gear, send their kids to their school. I mean, I would imagine most kids in the Southeast, their college experience and how much fun they have is – in a lot of ways built around going to the college football games. Now, there's a lot of other things, frat parties, sororities, bars, things like that. But I think a lot of it starts with going to football games.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive chat room, 4 great locations. Again, bumper to bumper, anything you need for you and your family. They can handle 4 great locations. Vulcan Tire and Automotive.com for more information. Bob says free alcohol. Samuel says give them drugs.
Good Lord.
The problem with the free alcohol is not everyone's 21 plus.
That's right. Not with the drugs.
Yeah, the drugs, no problem.
No, I was going to get to the drugs.
Too much to choose from.
21 plus, and I don't think legally you can give out free alcohol. And the drugs, well, I think that speaks for itself, right?
Yeah, I mean, I know from talking to people, they will be serving alcohol at Bryant-Denny this year. Not quite yet at Jordan-Hare, but not in the student sections, obviously. They don't even card and sell it in the student
the
areas.
Jordan-Hare doesn't make any sense because we were told Plainsman Park, they sell it, right?
That's right. Now, I think at Auburn Arena, they're going to or already selling it at Auburn Arena, or excuse me, at Neville Arena.
Yeah, I mean, if you've already experimented with it, I don't know why you just wouldn't take it to the next level.
Yeah.
Actually make money with it.
Yeah, I don't know why you're not selling it at Jordan-Hare. It's not draft, it's can. So it seems really, really easy. I don't know what the holdup is at Jordan-Hare.
Samuel says this is why the next round will never reach Gen Z because
right.
we don't hand out free drugs.
Giving away free drugs and alcohol. We are your drug.
If you come up here, I'll pour you a beer.
That's right. Our show is your drug.
I don't have any drugs up here, though.
One more thing before we wrap up after Lance tells us about Bromberg's.
Yeah, our friends at Bromberg starting tomorrow, their market day sale. It's at the Mountain Brook location only. It's going to be tomorrow through Saturday, 20 to 75% off select jewelry, watches, giftware, only at the Mountain Brook location. They're going to be opening early this Saturday, 8:30 a.m. Shop early for the best selections. Again, if you're in the market for any kind of jewelry, watches, giftware, this is the time to shop it at Bromberg's Mountain Brook location. For more information, brombergs.com.
The Pro Football Hall of Fame is going to induct from their seniors committee. These are players that aren't in. Their time has expired, so the seniors committee will vote a guy in. I think the most obvious one on the list is Roger Craig, the former San Francisco 49ers running back. I mean, would you think he's deserving of the Pro Football Hall of Fame? As a seniors now, this is, his time on the ballot's expired. These are the people that are voting for the seniors in.
Oh, oof.
Ken Anderson, the quarterback from Cincinnati's on there. Otis Anderson, the running back. Carl Banks. Carl Banks is a good player.
Yeah, Carl Banks and Roger Craig are close.
Steve Mongo McMichael.
No.
Tommy Nobis. Steve Tasker. He was such a good special teams player, too.
I'll never forget. Got thrown out of his last game.
Yeah, Mark Clayton, one of my favorite Dolphins of all time. I'm not certain he deserves it.
I don't think he is.
Everson Walls. Everson Walls is the guy I would have told you maybe is in the Hall of Fame.
I would have thought maybe so, too.
Clay Matthews Jr., the linebacker, played for years with Green Bay.
I don't think so.
No, not Green Bay.
Played for my Rams, too.
Yeah. Anyway, Billy White Shoes Johnson. I don't know that he deserves Joe Jacoby, he was a good offensive lineman.
He was.
Those guys are all up right now. Lester Hayes, former cornerback. All right, we're back with you tomorrow. Have a great afternoon.